মাইক্রোফোনটা অন ছিল এটা दीपज्योति परम ज्योति दीपज्योति जनार्दनः दीपहारातु मे पापं दीपज्योति नमोस्तुते अर्चितपदो जगन्नाथ स्वामी नयनपथगा.
Next, I would request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to felicitate Professor S.K. Datta. Next, I would request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to felicitate Dr. J.K. Panigrahi, the keynote speaker of the occasion. Now I would request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to felicitate our guest of honor, Dr. Samrat Gowda, DD South Similipal. Now I would request our keynote speaker, Dr. J.K. Panigrahi, to felicitate Coordinator IDP of our University, Professor H.N. Thatoi. Now I would request our guest of honor, Dr. Samrat Gowda, to felicitate the convener of the conference and Chairman PG Council, Professor Hemant Kumar Sahu. Now I request Professor Hemant Kumar Sahu to felicitate Dr. Biswajit Ratha, Organizing Secretary of the conference. Now I would request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to felicitate Dr. S.N. Patra, noted environmentalist. Sir, please. Now I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to felicitate Dr. R.C. Mishra, noted scientist. Thank you, gentlemen. Now I would request the convener of the conference, Professor Hemant Kumar Sahu, to preside over the meeting. Sir, please.
Good morning, everybody. I welcome all of you to this conference, national conference on past, present and future of Similipal. And the seminar in the conference, the first one is the launching of online journal portal by Honorable Vice Chancellor.
इंटरनेट अच्छी ना सर इंटरनेट नहीं इंटरनेट नहीं सर এটা নোটা খুলে দিতে এটা দেখুন এটা দেখুন
Okay, I will do it later. Now, release of the after volume. I request to bring the after volume. I request Basanta sir and Devashish to please come to the dais for the photograph. Please come. Thank you. Now, welcome to all. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Santosh Kumar Tripathi, guest of honor of the today, Professor S.K. Datta and Samrat Gowda, and keynote artist speaker, Dr. Joy Krishna Panigrai, IDP coordinator, Dr. H.N. Thatoi, and IQAC coordinator, Dr. M. Imamindu, and Professor Satpathy from chemistry, and other dignitaries from botany, zoology, wildlife, physics, economics, computer science, education, all the faculty, English, mathematics, and all the faculties from this university, and also the faculties from the near affiliated colleges of this university, and staffs from the FM University, those who have come to attend this meeting. I welcome them to this meeting, and also the students and NGOs, those who are come to attend this meeting. So, on my part, I will now introduce the guest on the dais. Now, first, I would like to request, I will now introduce our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Santosh Kumar Tripathi. Professor Santosh Kumar Tripathi is presently the Vice Chancellor of two universities, Fokkenmore University and MSc University. Professor Tripathi is native to Kadwapada in Jagatsinghpur district. Professor Tripathi is an able administrator. Under his able guidance, this university received NAC A. He motivated for organization of seminar on Similipal. He is a brilliant scholar and won University Gold Medal in postgraduate examination from Utkal University in 1984. He was a professor and a head of personal management and industrial relations, Utkal University. He has authored 10 books and successfully guided 17 PhD scholars and 40 MPhil scholars. He was the director of College Development Council, Utkal University. He is also the recipient of NIPM, National Institute of Personal Management Award and UGC Research Award. Apart from this, he is a member of several professional bodies like Industrial Relations Research Association USA, International Industrial Relations Association Geneva Life Member, National HRD Network Life Member, National Institute of Personal Management Life Member, IIRN New Delhi Life Member, Indian Society of Labour Economics Life Member, Quality Circle Forum of India Life Member, Odisha State Council of Child Welfare Member, Editorial Board Personal Focus, a Journal of NIPM, Utkal Chapter and Vice President, Bharat Vigyan Samiti Odisha. Now come to our next guest of honor, Professor S.K. Datta. The Samanta Chandrasekhar Awardee Professor Datta is a renowned herpetologist of international repute. He has published more than 220 papers including in Nature and Science, 13 books and guided 35 PhD students. His research areas include systematics and biogeography, wildlife and conservation biology, developmental biology. He has been working on phylogeography of various taxa of frogs in the country, and his collaborations are from ZSI Kolkata, WII Dehradun, CCMB Hyderabad, NCBS Bangalore and Indian Institute of Science Bangalore. He has collaborations with more than 30 international institutions and universities world over. He has served in various capacities in College of Basic Science OUT Utkal University and North Odisha University, from where he got superannuated in 2012 as Professor of Zoology. During his professional career, his administrative assignment included Head of the Department, Warden of Hostel, Chairperson PG Council, Member of Syndicate, Senate and Academic Council, Director of College Development Council and Vice Chancellor in charge, North Odisha University. Post-superannuation, he served as the Visiting Professor, Indian Institute of Science Bangalore, and Curator of Herpetology and Amphibian Scientific Associate, NCBS TIFR Bangalore, presently as an honorary position. A genus Dottophinus and 4 species are named after him, which shows his scientific contribution towards animal science. Beside his herpetofaunal collection have been the basis of one wing in gallery both at ZSI Kolkata and Regional Museum of Natural History, Bhubaneswar. He has been elected as Fellow, National Academy of Science and Fellow, Zoological Society of India. Professor Datta has envious professional achievements. Some of them include Member of DST, Government of India, PAC Committee, Animal Science, Member of Deputy Government of India, Member of Wildlife Institute of India, Governing Body, and Governing Body Member of Salim Ali Center for Ornithology and Natural History, Member of Expert Committee, and Similipal Ecotourism Society, Government of Odisha. Presently, Professor Datta is serving as a professor, Assam Don Bosco University, Guwahati. I welcome you, sir, to this dais. Next, our guest of honor is Dr. Samrat Gowda. He has his IFS. He has passed his 10th from Benak High School, Kalaspura, and 12th from Government Junior College, Chikmagalur. And his graduation from University of Agricultural Science, Bangalore, and MSc and PhD from IIRI New Delhi, and PG Diploma in IGNFA. He has served as the Additional Chief Executive in Chilka Development Authority in Bhubaneswar 2012. From 2016 May to October 2018 as DFO Malkangiri, Executive Director Odisha Mining Corporation 2021, General Manager Odisha Forest Development Corporation, OFDC 2020. Now he is working as the Deputy Director of Similipal Tiger Reserve, Baripada from 5th November 2021 till present. He is a wildlife lover and he has many contributions to the Paningrai. He received many awards, notably a series of books and articles he has written on issues pertaining to environment and science, and conference proceedings, books and journals he has edited. He has 25 books and 323 papers are published, and out of which there are 3 patents are awarded. He has served as a professor and head of the Department of Biotechnology, MSc University since 2015, head and editor of Department of Biotechnology, CET, BPUT, senior scientist, MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, Chennai, assistant professor, Department of Microbiology, OUT, Biju Patnaik College lecturer of as a lecturer in Biju Patnaik College of Science and Technology, Bhubaneswar. To his administrative experience, he is a member of Syndicate, Academic Council and Board of Studies, Director, HRDC, Director of R&D, Director of Self-Managing Courses, Coordinator IDP, Professor in Charge Library, and Convener of the Publication Committee of MSCP University. And he has received many awards, out of which some are the received. He has received the Eminent Environmentalist Award 2023 by Global Warming Reduction Center, received Environmental Scientist Award by Maharaja from Bhanjadeo University 2023, from received Professor Harihara Patnaik Award from Environmental Society, Orissa by Orissa Botanical Society, Best Microbiologist Award in 7th International Conference in Bangkok, and he is a live member of Society of Applied Biotechnology, a member of Orissa Botanical Society, and so on. So I welcome you, sir, to this seminar as the IDP coordinator, and I thanks all of you to those who have come here to attend this meeting. Thank you. Okay, now I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to launch the online journal portal. ऑनलाइन ऑफलाइन बही प्रिंट कर ऑनलाइन कर Now I request Professor H.N. Thatoi, the coordinator IDP, to address the gathering.
Good day to all. Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Santosh Kumar Tripathi sir, Chief Guest Professor Datta, Professor Honorable Guest of Honor Dr. Gowda, and other dignitaries on the dais, and distinguished guests and invitees in front of the dais, and researchers, administrators, media persons, and students. It is a great pleasure to all of us that university is organizing one more seminar on Similipal. The Center for Similipal, which was established in the year 2005, is organizing this function. The departments like biotechnology, botany, wildlife conservation, biology, anthropology, and social works all combined together, and they are the contributors for organization of this seminar. We know that Similipal is the largest forest in our state. It is the 6th biosphere reserve, and it is added to the World Network of Biosphere Reserve by UNESCO in 2009. It is credited with largest wildlife in sanctuary in India, spreading over 5,569 square kilometers. It is a premier tiger reserve, elephant reserve, and the reserve is credited with 7% reptile, 20% birds, and 11% mammals of Indian subcontinent. We have more than 100 species of orchids, 20 species of amphibians, 62 species of reptiles, 304 species of birds, 55 species of mammals, and mushrooms. To add to that, the mushrooms, more than 100 species. Similipal contribute immensely to the flora, fauna, climate, and mineralogical resources of the state. It is home to several tribes, tribal communities who solely depend on the forest and its natural resources for their livelihood. Similipal has tremendous biological diversity, but its habitats and wildlife are under threat due to fragmentation and overexploitation and the fast development of the communications. And it is our duty to protect and preserve the natural resources, protect the wildlife and preserve the wildlife resources, and they provide the livelihood, alternative livelihood to the tribal people as a whole. But apart from this, the Similipal is looked after as a revenue source for the forest department, as a livelihood by the local people, and other forest produce. But to university, what it appears, for all of us, university appears as a research hub. We know that the Similipal is the MSCBU, the university is very, very fortunate because it is located very close to the Similipal, and the departments all are engaged on research of flora, fauna, microorganisms, socio-economic, mineralogy, and so on and so forth. As you know, the first researcher perhaps on Similipal is none other than, and he has showed how the forest officers and also all the wildlife lovers, the relation between wildlife and the men, you can say. Then later, the importance of the Similipal was highlighted by late Prasanna Kumar Das, who was the legislator, and With us now we have Dr. S.N. Patra, who is closely associated with Dr. Prasanna Kumar Das, and he has started the movement of Save Similipal from further degradation, from poaching, from degradation of the environment. We would like to tell that the first scientist or first conservationist, if I say, they are none other than the forest officials itself. I remember the forest official like S.K. Mishra and Bitanath Naik, and the forest scientists like Lala A.K. Singh, who were really the pioneer workers on scientific studies of Similipal. And later on, many first generation scientists were involved on conservation and protection of the scientists. And among them, new generation researchers, this generation researchers, many research scholars, faculties. I think all the faculties of the biological science and social science and economic and anthropology, all the faculties and all their students are every year working Similipal, that you should make or declare the Center for Similipal of this university as a hub of research. And I think our research is not just sufficient. We are exploring, documenting, that's fine. But there should be some who are connected to this Similipal. For example, IIT Kharagpur. I know one Madhumita Das. He is working.
Ideas, my dear friend. Topic is past, present, future of Similipal. Before that, I want to, for everybody, you should remember, there was a gentleman, ex-Vice Chancellor, Professor Virenjinaran Pohan. Okay. So, we had several rounds of discussion before even I came to the process after Professor 8 Vice Chancellors gone. Means they left this university after and they are retirement from Vice Chancellor position. Some of them are no more. So, what happened actually, during Professor Surashananda's time, which has produced MSc in biotechnology for the first time in the state. Okay. Many of us never know that. And some of those founder members, the people on the other side, development of the Similipal means animals and plants. So it's a transitional thing. As I know, many of the local, even state level or national NGOs has lot of interest. Some of them are here, in various ways to look into betterment of Center for Similipal Studies. Plants, this or that, but their contribution has been enormous. Otherwise, so that is the past. Present, as I told you, transitional. Future, no. Future is might not be certain, might not be certain. Better person is one of them is sitting here, who is looking after how Similipal survives. But starting with organisms, ending with mammals, in various things we do. One of our students is sitting here. They went on squashing a lot of plants, products, doing this or that, many things. Dr. Thatui, everybody. Okay. So, as I told, I am privileged, I am very happy to be here again. In the meantime, I have been coming frequently to many corners of Mayurbhanj and Keonjhar, okay, for our personal research interest. Then I was asked by my dear friend, Professor Hemanta, okay, almost all the faculty of zoology, they are my close associates. Okay. Day after yesterday night, I came back from Bhubaneswar that night. So anyway, I am looking forward for a successful deliberations. I will be staying until day after tomorrow afternoon to see the beginning and to see the end. And fortunately, my dear friend Vice Chancellor, he is also a person sitting in my home district, sitting in neighboring district. Okay, the key gentleman. Okay, in between. I think very successfully he is holding, pressurizing the faculty and all the teaching and non-teaching staffs. He is a very hard-working gentleman, as I know. Okay, we had many good times, several good times in Utkal University, where I spent a big chunk of life. So this is what my personal feeling all about. Then we will be talking about Similipal, we will listen, we will talk, and my message to youngsters. I think most of them are botany, zoology, some of them could be biotechnology or other departments, I don't know. I don't also find some faculty, those who are supposed to be here, supposed to be part of this meeting, I don't see their face. Then, afternoon, we'll listen to the deliberations. Tomorrow, we'll listen to the deliberations. I find very learned people here. Two of them are sitting here. So, I'm waiting to listen to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Samrat Gowda, Deputy Director, Guest of Honor to address the gathering.
Respected Vice Chancellor and all the dignitaries on the dais and all the participants, thank you for inviting me and giving this opportunity to interact with you. And I'm glad that conferences under Center for Similipal Studies, because I was also involved when I joined, accepted or not, that information I didn't follow up due to other engagements, but I'm hopeful that soon we will come up with a MOU. So, because why the Center for Similipal Studies is important, as Professor Datta was telling that we don't know about future. So, future of Similipal. And the future of Similipal, now it's the era of technology and science. So, future of Similipal lies in technology and science. How to come up with thinking means how to save and how to improve the Similipal conditions. So, and thank you very much, because one of my session is scheduled in the next after this program. So, I will be again discussing with you. So, I don't want to take much of your time. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I would request Dr. Jayakrishna Panigrai, keynote speaker. He will give his talk after this session, but to say a few words to the gathering.
Esteemed President of this conference, Professor H.K. Sahu, who is also the convener of the conference, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Santosh Kumar Tripathi, Honorable Guest, Professor H.N. Thatoi, Professor S.K. Datta, Dr. Samrat Gowda, Dr. B. Rath, Biswajit Rath, distinguished faculty members and guests of the dais, and very, very dear, beautiful flowers in the garden of this university, dear students. It's a great pleasure on my part to stand before you today to discuss something so far the past, present and future of Similipal is concerned. I would like to remember the words of Bhagavan Gautam Buddha. The statement is like this: we have to learn how to express our compassion and empathy towards others without taking anything from others, especially from human beings. They are contributing everything. To be very specific, a single tree living for 50 years within a forest, it is contributing to the tune of 1.5 crores of rupees. How much oxygen it is providing, air purifiers of forest fires, we could identify. Professor of university. In 2004, she got the Nobel Prize in Peace. What for? She was having a movement called Green Belt Movement, and with the help of this association involving thousands of women alone, she could plant numerous saplings, regenerating forests, and that was recognized by the Nobel Committee to provide her this great award. So we should be inspired by that. I would like to quote her statement when she said, if for planting a tree, you need not require a university certificate. No certificate, no diploma, nothing is required. Anybody in the world, he or she can plant a tree, a sapling. So we should be inspired by such people who had contributed immensely so far nature conservation or forest conservation is concerned. If forests are taken away, so there will be a desert, and it is next to impossible on our part to survive in desert. We human beings most intelligent, of course, but in the process we have lost our wisdom. If I ask a question to you, what is wilderness? Forest means wilderness. And the answer is the wilderness has been lost in the process of development, the key word. In everything we say, it may be a city like Bhubaneswar or it may be forest like Similipal. Everywhere we are having the process of development, and in the process of development we are losing our wilderness, where biodiversity, wild animals, plants, they are residing. They are providing all sorts of help to us. So we have to abandon this mindset. We have to leave this mindset. We have to come to feel the breathing of nature, how nature is functioning. We have to protect that. We have to protect all animals, plants. That should be our mindset, otherwise the future is coming to be very dark. We should never allow this. And as a society, as human beings being most intelligent, time has come. We have to apply our wisdom and we have to protect our environment and all the forest, including Similipal, so that future generations who will be coming to earth after us, they will also have the good opportunity to live on this planet earth in a beautiful natural setup with all sorts of resources and goods which the forest is providing us. Can you think, can you ever create anything out of nothing? It is not possible on our part. For anything and everything we have to depend on natural sources. So considering that, let's change our mindset, our behavior, our activities, so that conservation becomes at the top of our agenda. It must be at the top of agenda, not development. Along with the development, there must be conservation. Then only our future will be very much secure. With these few words, thank you very much, and to thank the organizers for inviting me to share some of my feelings with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor S.K. Tripathi, to address the gathering.
Esteemed President of this inaugural ceremony and the convener of the program, Professor H.K. Sahu, esteemed keynote speaker, Professor Jai Krishna Panigrahi, my revered colleague at Utkal University and an outstanding researcher, Professor Sushil Kumar Datta, guest of honor, already included it within 50 destinations. That's not a small thing. So if we are actively attached with Similipal, definitely MSCB's identity will be enhanced. For the information of House, I must say that we lack in NIRF ranking because of poor people's perception. Once we are identified with this, maybe people perception will be changed towards MSCB and will be gained a lot. We should try for that and let us come out of papers, out of the boundary of this university to make it a development-oriented proposal submitted to governments so that our proactiveness will be recognized and finally we can do something for Similipal. That's my submission before the House. And we should play the role to save it. Different ways are there. As the Vice Chancellor of this university, I feel we are all accountable. And when we have invited these esteemed speakers, researchers, we have certain roles in it. I have an order. May I know how many teachers of wildlife department are here? Let me stand. 4, perhaps. You are 5, as I know. Why are you sitting there? Sit in the front. I need a detailed report on sub-themes by you 4. This is an assignment given directly by the Vice Chancellor. I find you are not carrying even a notebook with you, but this is a subject which is most related to you. And this report must reach me by 25th July. Please note down the date, it must be submitted. Thank you. Oh, how many are there from Zoology department? What's the number of faculties in Zoology? Where are other 2? You are 1. Where is the other one? Who is the other one?
Devta sir, Devta.
Is he on leave? If not, please make it the day of absence. Note it down. A day's salary will be held up. This is an order. Botany. Please, please. Please don't mind, gentlemen. This is my job I am doing. How many are there from Botany? How many teachers are there? Huh? No, how many of you are there in 5? You are 1, 2, 3, 4. Where is the other one? Who is the other one? Sorry? Sir, please note down. Please. At least I expect that botany, zoology, wildlife people must be actively participating in this type of seminar. If this is not there, then please, I will be harsh on them, I will take action. This is very clear. About research scholars, may I know how many research scholars are there in Zoology department? Zoology, head of the department, Zoology must tell how many are there. No, number. 15. Actively, directly involved with the department. 15? 10. There are only 5. Please report why other 5 have not come. Okay? Botany? Only 2, 3 are there. How many of them are there? 5. What about the other 2? Please let me be informed. Wildlife department. How many research scholars are there in the wildlife? 4. There is none. Sorry? Don't depend. Don't depend. This is something very important. You could have told them they should have been presented here for at least 2 days. Don't defend. This is a very casual attitude. If the teacher is having this type of attitude, what is expected from the students? If by tomorrow they are not reporting, Mr. Chairman, please report me. I will see how their scholarships are given to them. This is unfortunate. This is not a seminar which was circulated on a day. This was well circulated a seminar. You see so many old people, old researchers, at this age they are attending, and you are saying that my students are attending field, they are on field visit. You have deliberately sent them. You have deliberately sent them, isn't it? I will take action on you. So please be concerned. We have to develop a proposal, after joint proposal by all the departments who are asked to be involved in this seminar. That proposal must reach me by 31st July. Please note it down. And anybody remaining absent during the development of proposal, it will be seriously viewed. It is declared in the open house. I don't hesitate to do this in presence of outsiders. If you feel humiliated, I am also humiliated. I am a teacher. I know the pain. A teacher should be always serious about academics. So with these words, I beg apology because I am little harsh on my colleagues because of their casual approach. I request all of you to please help us in developing a proposal, concrete proposal, so that we can submit it to government for action, research and some developments that will be a fruitful meetings and sittings. We are the university adjacent to the Similipal. We have the role, major role and responsibility. Similipal, you may tell about sustainable development, promotion, whatever language you use, it should be protected. It should be seen as beautiful it was in the past.
Hello. I request the audience to hold on to your seats because we are.
ଖରା ଚାଲିଛି, ଉଭୟରୁ ଲାଭ ଉଠାଇବା ପାଇଁ ଯେଉଁ ପ୍ରକ୍ରିୟା ଚାଲିଛି ସେଥିରେ ଶିମିଳିପାଳ ତା'ର ଗରିମା ଧୀରେ ଧୀରେ ହରାଇ ବସୁଛି। ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଆମ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କର କର୍ତ୍ତବ୍ୟ ଅଛି ଆମେ ଶିମିଳିପାଳର ଯେଉଁ ଗରିମା ଥିଲା ତାକୁ ଫେରାଇ ଆଣିବାକୁ ସିଏ ଯେମିତି ପୂର୍ବରୁ ସ୍ୱୀକୃତ ଥିଲା ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ଜୀବନଧାରା ହିସାବରେ ସେଟାକୁ ବି ଫେରାଇବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ। ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଆମ ତରଫରୁ ଚିନ୍ତା କରାଯାଇଛି ଯେ ଶିମିଳିପାଳର ଅତୀତ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଓ ଭବିଷ୍ୟତ ଉପରେ ଗୋଟେ ଆଲୋଚନା ଚକ୍ର କରାଯିବ ଏବଂ ବିଶିଷ୍ଟ ଗବେଷକମାନଙ୍କୁ ନେଇକି ସେ ଆଲୋଚନା ଚକ୍ର ହେବ। ସେ ଗବେଷଣା ଲବ୍ଧ ଫଳ ଉପରେ ଆମେ ସରକାରଙ୍କୁ ପ୍ରସ୍ତାବ ଦେବୁ କେମିତି ହଉ ଶିମିଳିପାଳର ସଂରକ୍ଷଣ ଏବଂ ଉନ୍ନତିକରଣରେ ଆମେ ଭାଗିଦାର। ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଏ ସମ୍ପାଦନର ଆୟୋଜନ କରାଯାଉଛି।
I rec-
Back to 19th century, and the first time in 1885 when forest policy was made by Maharaja of Mayurbhanj, and in 1888 a forest ranger and peon was appointed to manage forest of this one Similipal, because Similipal was one of the resource of timber. In the beginning it was seen as a resource of timber, but Mayurbhanj kingdom also took interest in protection of Similipal. And only reserve forest at that time were in the control of, this was the purpose was to take railway sleepers extracted from Similipal to supply to outside places. He was the first field editor of Similipal, took charge as field editor in 1973. And 1986 a core area of 845 square kilometers were fully under the control of Project Tiger, and presently we have some more area. I will give the data. And in 1979 Similipal Forest Development Corporation, Government of Odisha pleased to divide the Similipal into two divisions. One is Similipal North, although it was diagonally I'll just go to the map so that we can understand. Yeah, it was almost diagonally separated, but the green portion is called Similipal North and the purple one is called Similipal South Division. And most of the wildlife important area is coming under South Division, whereas the tourist part like many waterfalls and other activities are coming under North part. And also in North part there are more than 60 villages which are inserted into the heart of the Similipal. Presently we have one structure of administration is one field director is there, and for 2 divisions 2 different deputy directors are there. And there are 16 ranges in Similipal presently. And Similipal Tiger, as I told, buffer area constitutes around 1555.25 square kilometer, whereas core area is 1194.75 square kilometers. And this is a different kind of forest with area we have in Similipal. And present things, the one is the village relocation. Okay. Village relocation, because village relocation gave a lot of contribution to development of Similipal. This is not present in the sense most of the projects of village relocation started in 1990s. But none of the village was totally at a single stretch could able to relocate. Those who, because it's a voluntary relocation, those who wanted to go out of the forest, they left early, and slowly the remaining people are also decided to go and settle outside. You must be knowing what is village relocation. The people who are staying inside Similipal, if they voluntarily come up with a proposal that we want to go out of the Similipal, Government of India as well as Government of Odisha give them some monetary money as well as land to construct their house. So in that scheme, many are staying outside the Similipal because getting many facilities inside is difficult. And like that, since the topic is present, future and all, I am just concentrating on the mainly administrative and other things. I am not much going to wildlife and all. So the villages like Janabil, Jamnagad, Kabatkai, Bahagara, Barakamunda and Bakua, and also one Kiojari from north part, they were been totally relocated now. And that area, because Similipal has less grassland compared to its total area. If you come up with the percentage less than 0.1%, so that is not the ideal expected amount of grassland we should a tiger reserve should be having, because grasslands ultimately decide prey-based population. So the source of grassland now is the villagers where their agriculture field is there. Once village is relocated, the agriculture field is converted into grasslands. Like that, we have a huge beautiful grassland coming from Janabil village, and also Jamnagad village was still there in the Jamnagad village was in the heart of the core area. That is why till now Similipal is not a national park, because when you want to declare a place as a national park, there should not be villages. That is one of the precondition. But in the recent last year, 1.5 years back, we completely relocated the Jamnagad village, so that almost except one village called Bakua, which is in the border of the core, there are no villages in the core area of the Similipal. And Kabatkai also gave a huge grassland, and also Bahagara and Barakamunda was small habitations, but after relocation, they also contributing to grasslands and this one. And the important factor in the village relocation is that both is a win-win situation. Both animals also get benefit, as well as people will also be getting different government schemes which can easily access being outside the forest. So after relocation, this is how we are developing meadows. This is the Kiojari area. So after relocation, we are converting that into this was the area where village was there. Now that is converting into a grassland. And earlier we never had any incident of tiger movement there, but recently we got a camera trap photo of one melanistic tiger moving there, and that is almost settling in that area. And next come to wildlife status from past to present. I have data from 1972, but some are incomplete data. In 1972, you can see 17, the star mark says that is a incomplete data because all the area was not counted. And 1975, 30 plus, but 1976 onwards we have complete data. So at that time, you must be knowing that Dr. Saroj Chaudhary, he was pioneer in coming up with one tiger census method called pugmark census. So he was the first person in the country to use that method, and that was popularized after that. That was the only method till recent past we were using to count the tigers. And using pugmark census method, the data you can see, this is how 1977 onwards till 2004 the data was like this. And in 2004 it is recorded 101. And next, but there are also, this is bit matter of discussion, many having different opinions, because pugmark census was the only method at that time. This was the one of the best method which we could use because there was no other technology available. But there was chances that same tiger may be repeatedly counted again and again, so that the accuracy of this number is subjected to many discussions in many forums. And in All India Tiger estimations in 2006 onwards, in 2006 we had around 20 tigers in the Similipal landscape, including Kuldiha and Anandpur wildlife, which is not part of Similipal Tiger Reserve, but they are part of Similipal Biosphere Reserve. So, and in 2017 and 2018, total in the landscape of Similipal 18 tigers were reported by NTCA. But again the tiger census happened in 2022, but till now the result is not out. We are expecting soon it will be out. But at that time, personally we counted around 16 adult tigers were photographed. So NTCA considers only 6 adult tigers which are above 1 year age. And we had more than 9 to 10 cubs, but cubs were not counted at that time. But this data was taken around 1.5 years back, the 2022 data. I have not mentioned because the result is not out. 1.5 years back, but whatever cubs we had at that time already grown up, and now they are adults, and in addition to that we have more than 10 cubs now. So presently we are reaching to 35 plus tigers in Similipal. Most of out of that around 50% are melanistic and 50% are normal tigers. And the tiger density and other, I can say that Similipal not done any systematic census for elephants. This time Wildlife Institute of India is coming up with a different technology, different methods of census using camera traps. And also state government is planning to conduct one systematic elephant census in very soon. So after that we'll come to know what is the changes in the elephant population in Odisha. And also Magar census is also almost maintaining the equal trend, but that is maintaining the same trend because the direct side counting. I personally go for Magar census, so the direct side 80 to 90 we are maintaining in different rivers. There are very 2-3 rivers where Magar prefers to stay. And also leopards in 2004 data there was 127, but in between we didn't get any data. But in 2018 tiger census also include leopard tents along with this one. So we have 125 tigers which are camera trapped, and based on their pattern they were identified as a different individuals by softwares. And next component is tourism. So because Similipal is in very nascent, very beginning stage when it is concerned to tourism. Although this is also matter of discussion, many have different opinion. Few people say it should not be, people say it should be. So tourism, if you see correlation, wherever there is more tourism, there are more tigers also. So, and because the benefit which many discuss that we need to involve communities, and we can involve communities when they get some direct monetary benefit, so that they can survive, they can get some alternative livelihood. Tourism is one of the way where they can get some monetary benefit directly. So government of Odisha started few schemes in different places. We have now 5 different tourism places done by government. Apart from government facilities, there are many private facilities also coming up. So these are the different places where we have ecotourism complexes. One beauty in this tourism projects is that in Odisha government, everything is managed by villagers. So government will not take any money. So different way they are sharing, but ultimately whatever money in for example, Corpus Fund and this government revenue also we requested that it should go back to the community again. The Corpus Fund which are generating again investing in construction. In that way almost most of the money which we are earning is going to communities. And the places where we have done, the communities are very happy because they are being trained by hotel management institutes and their direct president came, everything, we didn't bring anyone from outside. She visited Similipal and we didn't bring anything from Verna. She was very happy that to see that nearby villagers are preparing everything. We took permission and we allowed only nearby villagers to manage whatever that day it was required. And even cooking, camera traps, and I have just started a monitoring unit in my, and also some are moving in Kuldia and again coming back to Similipal. In that way I am hopeful that one day naturally tiger will move to Satkosia also. It may not because that is the distance. So that way male tigers are migrating and recently where one male tiger was there and female tiger is also migrated. One female tiger is also roaming along with the male tiger, which was earlier because in the recent past was not a traditional tiger moving habitat. In that way I am expecting this time there may be litters also. And last week also we got 3 more litters. And monitor using the recent technology of remotes, what is that, GIS based mobile applications, so that they have to take the photograph when they are walking. So no one can lie that like that. So we can monitor that. And apart from also many other technologies, because there is no communication, you must have happening. So there is no communication inside Similipal. So life inside Similipal is very no connection. There are only few small patches of internet. Your mobile, then only we can speak to your family. So now at least like that many new technologies, second year or third year there will be sudden outburst of fire. What happened in 2021, that was projected in the media, but that is a common phenomena happening in Similipal. We need technology to counter that. So this is one of the challenge. And presently one is technology, second one is involvement of a communities. Last time I associated with North Odisha University and we had with your NSS platform we created a lot of awareness among the people, and every village was covered. More than 1,000 meetings were conducted in different villages, and where both forest department as well as university was partners. And also presently also last year also we did. So fire is under control, and also we did some research. We created our own research cell where we collected data from last 10 years, what is happening, how it is happening and all. And we came to know that this is some time periods. For example, March 1 to 10 is the Similipal area. So this is the biggest challenge coming up with, because it is becoming for us challenges is conservation of water resources. Challenges is conservation of water resources. I stayed short time in the Similipal, but the people who stayed for long also say that water resource is turning into dry compared to 10 years back what was there. So we need some systematic studies in this area. There are no systematic studies. Some piecemeal studies have been done, but to study this one water resources and all, because it is very, very important. The entire Baripada is depending on Similipal for water, and entire surrounding many other states also depending on Similipal for water resources. And there are streams which runs 365 days all over the year. So they are providing agriculture water. They are flowing out and providing agriculture water. Whatever we are drinking and eating is coming from Similipal. Then the next one is community involvement. I will just discuss in coming points regarding community. This is what in future I first give preference to conservation of water in Similipal. Also these are the structures done somewhere outside in the buffer area of Similipal, but whatever suits in different area in core and in buffer and in the steep hills and in plains. So with some scientific inputs we should start working on that. And next, okay, community involvement. After this incident, recent incident, government at the chief secretary level conducted one important meeting where we have a scheme called Odisha Forest Sector Development Scheme, and that scheme is only to give alternative livelihood opportunities and to create awareness, how to involve communities with us. And we are requesting state government to give us some funding also, so that through different agencies, including NGOs, including other departments, we will work with villagers. But there are some schemes which are happening in Baripada, but these villages, what I am written as 308 villages, they are less than 1 kilometer to Similipal boundary, and their influence in Similipal is more, and the influence of Similipal on their lifestyle and their livelihood is also more. So we specifically selected villages which are in the boundary of Similipal, and we will work with them. We mean the sense entire district administration, not only forest department, because we are having less manpower, and our people are staying somewhere in the core area where there is no network, and I can't force them to go to village and do some activities which is not totally in our domain. So now we are bringing everyone. Last week we conducted a meeting with all the district level officials, and we specifically told them that these are what are the schemes they are having and what they can contribute to, only dedicated to these villages. So both collector, SP, every senior officers were there in the meeting, and it is communicated to state government for whichever department is asking for some additional funding. So we told them to come up with the projects, and the projects have already been communicated to state government, and hopefully, but state will think that later. So it constitutes livelihood schemes, and also we are deciding one date for Similipal Gram Sabha, because you must be knowing in October 2nd and August 15th they are dedicated Gram Sabhas, but there is no dedicated. We propose that there should be one Gram Sabha for only Similipal related areas. Maybe it may be they may discuss about fire, they may discuss about poaching, and they may discuss about their problems and any other difficulty they are facing. All the issues are open to discussion on that day. So probably somewhere in the February, because February, March is the time where fire season starts, and after fire season the poaching incidences will increase, because there is not an agriculture season, and also normally what we observe that poaching incidents are increases after fire season. So considering that fact, we will be coming with one date in the February month where one Gram Sabha will be held in all the villages in and around Similipal, and we will conduct awareness projects, and all will be done under the umbrella of Odisha Forest Sector Development Program. Socio-economic interventions and livelihood support interventions, these things we will discuss in that this one. And also next, for our staff, we are working with a lot of limitations, but I have very dedicated staff working in Similipal, and we are proposing for different trainings like weapon training, because 10 poachers coming with all the weapons, and we are working with few people going without weapon, definitely there will be issues. So we are proposing for training, and also training how to involve communities, because there are departments which are doing livelihood activities and other activities, but the forest department needs some separate training to how to interact with the local public. And also wildlife management aspect. Wildlife management covers all the aspects which is related to our actually technical, maybe data collection, maybe documentation, whatever maybe. That kind of capacity building. In addition to that, there are many. I couldn't get time, so that we are proposing to government. Already we started most of the things which I am telling. And research and monitoring. The hot top discussion in Similipal is that Similipal tigers are inbreeding. So inbreeding is true, but last time also I told in the same conference that inbreeding depression symptoms we are not observing. As of now, our tigers are safe. So, but we can't close our eyes for a long time. So we are also working on that, how to prepare ground for a successful genetic base improvement. And also next, biodiversity conservation and water resource conservation. The broad areas I have listed for involvement of people to give us scientific backup. And this is the just inbreeding depression wala issue. Which one major mutation happened and normal tiger turned into pseudo. We have time?
Yeah. So I would request you to please conclude. So we are already running out of time.
Okay. Okay, I will just skip this. Thank you very much. I thought I exceeded my time limit. I don't know. Thank you very much. So sorry I was not prepared, and I should say that things are stable in Similipal. It's not like that what we are seeing is happening, because we are accepting the truth and we are identifying the truth and we are facing the truth. So that stage we are now coming up with a very dedicated staff. Although some painful incident had happened, I will just give the example. Last time I was in a training program in Dehradun. That is the amount of commitment they are having, because he has lost one of his close associate, but their focus is on something, how to catch a smuggler. So immediately after coming on 29th, I returned, and second we caught that you must be knowing in the newspaper that recently we arrested 5 people with 2 pairs of tusks. We have very dedicated staff, and Similipal is safe, and hopefully future will be bright. I am hopeful for that. Although we can't compare with a few years back, because things have changed. Things have changed because of so many other issues. Development has increased, demand has increased, so many things. But with existing whatever condition, with new normals, I will assure that Similipal will be safe, is safe and will be safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gowda. I think you can take one question, if anybody has any question. No questions?
10 minutes. Okay.
If there are no questions, I thank Dr. Gowda for sparing his valuable time and interacting with us and giving such a nice talk. Thank you. Now I request Dr. J.K. Panigrahi to give his invite
Thank you very much. I have
the audience.
urgent work, so I have to leave. So I will meet you next time. Thank you. Please, you can have this.
Fires. Say Similipal gote to fight ଅଛି ଆଉ ବୋଧେ ସେଇଟା ବି ଦରକାର ଏଇଟା ହଉନି ମୁଁ ଶୁଣୁଥିଲି ତ ଓହୋ ଆଚ୍ଛା ଓକେ ସେଇଟାକୁ India was highlighting the important measures so far management of Similipal is concerned, and the first point was fire. I will be discussing something so far forest fires in Similipal are concerned. Similipal is God's paradise, as I had told in the morning session. The past, present and future that we are discussing today and tomorrow. Already I have told you, past was wildlife sanctuary, Similipal National Park, Similipal Biosphere Reserve, Similipal Tiger Reserve, Mayurbhanj Elephant Reserve, and Magar Crocodile Project in Ramtirtha Jasipur, and finally UNESCO tag in the World Natural Heritage Sites. A single forest system with so many brilliant tags that signifies the importance of Similipal. This is a hotspot of biodiversity which displays the magnificence of coexistence from the ancient times till today, starting mostly tribal people. They are living together, a brilliant example of coexistence. So, about the characteristics, it's a moist deciduous forest ecoregion with dry deciduous hill forest and high level of salt forest. It's a treasure house of so many vascular plants, orchids and medicinal plants, out of which 52 or something like that is considered as endangered flora. So for mammals are concerned, birds, reptiles, amphibians, fish and others, butterflies. This is just the number may vary. And as regards the tribes, ancient tribes like Kola, Santal, Bhumija, Bakuri, Gond and Ho are living in this landscape. Particularly, this is in brief about the various composition of plants, animals and human beings. Okay. So significant contribution to the climate, water cycle and livelihood, culture of the local populace. Already discussed these aspects. Some 65 villages are located within the forest area, and in the periphery about 1200 villages are existing. So this magnificent ecosystem displays the coexistence of forest dwellers with the nature, beautiful nature. But the distressing scenario, there are many important factors. The first being mining. Mining in various regions or parts of Similipal forest. So that is causing harm to flora and fauna, even threatening some species which are becoming endangered. At least 38 mines are there. Out of the total of 41 mines within Mayurbhanj district, 38 are existing within the forest area or close to the forest area. Iron and manganese ores are extracted, and a number of crusher units and the quarries are flourishing well within the ecosystem. Deforestation and poaching, tree felling has become rampant in the forest, and this has become a very profitable business. So for some people are concerned, especially in rainy season, because the forest staff, they are unable to move inside, and the reserve forest has become vulnerable to illegal felling in spite of patrolling by the forest department. Akhad Shikar, already discussed, hunting of wildlife is a part of the ritualistic practice. Research on various species of flora and fauna. But specific request, let's have a long-term research study for 20-30 years. What is happening to the quality of the forest ecosystem from various angles, various components. So long-term study in future that will explain clearly how the condition is deteriorating or improving. That we have to consider. Forest species composition is changing as the temperature is increasing due to global warming and climate is changing. As a consequence of this, the composition of various species also changing. This example, just one example given here, how in course of time the plant species, animal species composition has changed due to the impact of global warming and climate change. Now coming specifically to forest fires in Similipal, a cartoon picture shown here. Trees are afraid of fire, but unfortunately they are immobile. They cannot move away as the fire comes to them. It's just a cartoon picture. Helplessness. Actions of arson. Another cartoon picture gives humor. You see this person, he is placing a placard there, forest fire is danger. But in return what he is doing, he is having a cigarette in his mouth, and after some time he will be simply throwing this into the forest and the forest fire will start. This clearly explains our thought process and our activity, what we are saying and what we are doing in reality. So we should be cautious about all these things. So far forests are concerned, including Similipal, we are getting many sorts of goods from forests. On the other hand, the forests are providing us so many types of resources, services. So both goods and services are provided by forest ecosystems on which we are heavily depending, especially the tribal people living within the forest ecosystem. The ecosystem services are divided into 4 categories, 4 types. There is regulating services, there is provisioning services, cultural services and supporting services. We must be serious how the forest, as I had told you in the morning, a single tree is contributing to the tune of 1.5 crores within 50 years. The whole forest system is contributing in terms of innumerable amount. Coming to the 2021 incident of forest fire, the extreme weather conditions existing in 2021. So temperature was 7 degrees Celsius above the normal temperature in Mayurbhanj. This is a case study of 2021 when we were having rampant forest fires. And Baripada was the hottest town of the country. Rains missing for months and forest floor littered heavily with dead leaves and plant parts. As a consequence of this, so forest fires caused by various reasons, it moved to different parts between February 24 to March 2. Nearly 380 fire points were reported from Similipal itself. So Government of Odisha in the Forest and Environment Department immediately constituted a task force to take care of the fire in March 2021, and fortunately I was a member of that committee, and the committee moved to different parts. I was here in Similipal for some time. I had an introduction with all sorts of people. This is just one picture of roadside fire caused by miscreants. Somebody is going on the road and he is taking a bidi. At the end, he is simply throwing to the dry leaves. That causes forest fire due to the existing wind. Immediately this spreads to large part of the forest. So devastated forest ecosystem after the fire is gone. Now you see in what condition the trees are standing. Interaction with the forester, interaction with the villagers. We had a number of meetings in different parts of Similipal. This is the picture of a meeting with the villagers. What is their feeling? What are the causes that narrated us? and interaction with field staff working in the field of Similipal. This is a meeting with the self-help group members. What I found, the women are very much interested. They have more commitment in comparison to males. So far dousing the forest fires are concerned, they have more commitment. This was a meeting conducted by us. Awareness programs by Forest Department, one more picture. And women in action. After the meeting, how the women, they are coming forward into the forest, how to help in the process of dousing forest fire. Interaction with Odisha Disaster Rapid Action Force Squad, they were also engaged in the process. Causes of forest fire, everybody knows natural forest fire like lighting, but of course that is not a big issue here. Then controlled fire by forest department in certain places, forest department. Then deliberate forest fires by local inhabitants. This is the main reason behind the forest fire in Similipal, and accidental forest fire. So number 3 is the most important cause, people. It is only by the people in different areas for different causes they are having this. So in 2021, what happened? Due to scarcity of rainfall for a long period of time, the condition was prevailing for fire spreading. So this was fanned by the ambience of the Similipal forest area, and that was fanned by dry wind, spreading the forest fire season almost across the whole state. Dry leaves, grasses, dead plant plants, these remain deposited in the forest floor. We are not having crown fire here. In our state, we do not have crown fire. We are having only forest floor fire. So that spreads very quickly in the presence of wind. And these serve as excellent fuels. So people living within, they are facing problems sometimes. If huge amount of dry leaves remain deposited on their way, what do? Immediately put fire there, so that everything remains deposited on the floor of the forest is burnt, so the path is made very clear. Like this, somebody for poaching of animals, they are also putting fire in one area and waiting for the wild animals in next area to kill them. Some people, out of some grudge with the forest department, they are intentionally putting fire. Somebody having some sort of problem with the forest department with some personal interest, they are also putting fire. And for collection of mahula and other products from the forest area, people also put fire there. And these are the main causes for which it is human induced forest fire, not natural fire. So this is the case in 2021, total number of 4,544 points. Of course, this includes within and in the periphery of Similipal area. So highest number in the country. So fire incidences, and subsequently in 2022, the fire incidents were almost half. Again this year 2020 increased again. That naturalness, the wilderness that I was talking in the morning, wilderness should be protected. More the better the wilderness, better is the ecosystem and all organisms living there. So ecosystem structure and processes functioning, different types of ecosystems, then ecosystem goods and services we are getting from ecosystems, ecological values, socio-cultural values, economic values, total value of the forest ecosystem. Then we have to take the decision how to protect and preserve. So impacts of fire on forest ecosystem. the composition, structure, dynamics, functioning and livelihood of communities, everything is affected by forest fires, ground flora and fauna. Somebody asked me during the forest fire that there is no death of elephants and tigers. Due to the flora, fauna and flora, the animals who are living within burrows, property is also affected, seedlings, saplings, these are also affected, roots, seeds also destroyed in the process of forest fires. There is erosion, there is together at the time of fire, they have to help each other. Together at the time of fire, they have to help each other to combat the fire. So meetings must be organized very regularly during the fire season. Firefighting cell in the headquarters in the Bhubaneswar must function very actively. Fire-prone areas must be mapped. What are the main areas? Every year we are having fires in those areas, and we have to understand the local issues with special attention. What are the problems there? Fire lines in the forest must be prepared before the season starts, and maintenance and monitoring should be done. Manpower, that's a main issue with the forest department. They are always telling manpower with them is not adequate. So government's responsibility is to look into this aspect. Then infrastructural development, how vehicles can move within the forest areas, so very quickly they can reach the fire area to combat firing. Creating reservoirs, water reservoirs within the forest area must be created so that wildlife, they can use the water, and that water during summer months can also be used for dousing forest fire. Equipments essential for this, including blowers, must be there in sufficient number. Sensor systems are now being used. Then mapping of different areas, night patrolling, geotagging of trees. For example, mahua trees. Now they are geotagged, we can know exactly where, how many trees are there, so that when mahua flowers are being collected, so the forest department people, they can take care of that. So awarding communities, those villages who are taking proper care, there is no forest fire in their area, they must be awarded. Technology, starting from satellite imagery to GIS, everything must be involved in the process of fire control. Then post-fire assessment, this is very much important. After the fire happens, so we have to proper assessment of the extent of damage that has been caused to the forest area, and finally revising the SOP that is being used at present, what modifications, changes can be done, so that we are having now new SOP. Three phases of fire management. Pre-crisis phase, before the fire starts, we must be prepared very much to control forest fire once it happens. Then crisis phase, during the fire phase. Post-crisis phase, so that also we have to carry out. So proper planning and actions must be undertaken for all these three phases of fire management. Community initiatives strengthen forest conservation in Similipal. In some areas, people like these, they are very much involved in the conservation process. Management people are involving the people, local people. They are helping the forest department in the process of conservation. As I told earlier, a tree living for 50 years is contributing to the tune of 1.5 crores. This is just a picture, how much oxygen, air purification, soil conservation, water cycle, shelter to animals, birds, and food in the form of proteins. Trees are giving us, this is just a picture. There is a beautiful shloka in Upanishad. Chaya manyasya kurbanti tishtanti swayamatape
phalanyapi pararthaya vrukshaha satpurusha iva. That means they are standing under scorching sun. Semane prachanda raudrata pare chida hoiki rahichanti. But when we go to them, they provide us cool shade. आमे तांका पाखरे पहुँचले ही आमको सुशीतल छाया प्रदान करछंती. खाली सेतिक नुह सेमानकर फल पुष्प इत्यादि सबु किछि मध्य मानव सेवारे उद्दिष्ट. ये हूँ वृक्ष एवं महापुरुष मानकर लक्षण. सिमिलपाल बंचिले आमे समस्ते बंचिबा. ये विचार शक्ति चिंताधारा आम भितर जागृत हवा दरकार. I am coming to the end of presentation. A beautiful statement by a renowned scientist, Professor Hubert Reeves, Canadian astrophysicist. You just see the statement. Man is the most insane species. मनीष हूँ सबुठ विकृत मस्तिष्कर जीव जाति. आपण मैंने कहीपरती मनीष हूँ सबुठ इंटेलिजेंट क्रिएचर. से कहीं इनसेन बोलिक कहले कहले ही वर्शिप्स एन इनविजिबल गॉड. अदृश्य एक भगवान को मनीष पूजा करुछि. बट ऑन द अदर हैंड ही डिस्ट्रॉयज ए विजिबल नेचर. दृश्यमान होउथबा प्रकृति ताकू से नष्ट भ्रष्ट करि चलछि, ध्वंस करि चलछि. विदाउट नोइंग दैट द इनविजिबल गॉड ही इज वर्शिपिंग is the visible nature he is destroying. मनीष जानिबारे सक्षम हेउनाही जे अदृश्य भगवान को से पूजा करुछि. वास्तविक से होउछंती दृश्यमान प्रकृति जहाँ को से नष्ट भ्रष्ट करुछि. लेट अस चेंज आवर माइंडसेट. लेट अस थिंक अबाउट नेचर, आवर एनवायरनमेंट, who is providing so much goods and services to us. Let us protect Similipal forest. The past was beautiful, the present has become distressing, and let's hope the future will again be beautiful and magnificent for the next generation, with the contribution of all we people putting some sort of help in the process of protection and conservation. Thank you very much. Once again, thank the organizers for inviting me. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's always a pleasure to hear from you. Audience, do you have any questions? Yes, there is one question. Kindly provide the mic, Diggy. Is there?
Thank you, sir, for a very nice and elaborative talk. You have told about the forest fire. Although it is very harmful and damage to the forest, invasive species, you know, the lantana camera or cromolina order, so many invasive species are there. They are also damaged by this forest fire. So there is some positive effect of forest fire is there also. So we have studied in Similipal also 2021 forest fire. We find the species and the species diversity is likely to be same. After 1 or 2 years, the seedling, the sapling will become equal to the control plot we have taken. So we have seen that the species is not affected, and that the single fire or control fire is beneficial for the forest. So what is your suggestion, sir?
What you are telling is about controlled fires. Okay, controlled fires only. Forest department also conducts sometimes in some areas controlled fires. Yes, that must be very much controlled in the presence of the staff so that it doesn't spread to wide areas. Next thing, so far damage is concerned, as I presented here, the microbiomes,
Thank you.
the insects, all
Thank you,
these,
sir.
they are killed in the process. We cannot rescue them. That's why when there is any exotic species causing damage to our system, in that case we can undertake controlled fires. Okay. Otherwise, it is if it is wide and it is uncontrolled, there will be heavy loss. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Gradually, the species are decreasing.
Thank you, sir. It's a nice presentation. I think there will be many questions from the audience, but it's already lunch time. Everybody are hungry. So let's join the lunch. And if you have any queries, you can contact during the lunch time to Professor, to the speaker. And now I request whoever having the presentation after lunch, they can provide the pen drive, soft copy to this computer person. I thank Dr. Jaikeshta Panigrahi for a very interesting presentation. So by 3 o'clock, everybody after lunch should assemble here. Thank you. Let's join the lunch, please.
ମଲ୍ଲିକେ ନାଇଁ ଆମେ କୁଆଡ଼େ ଯାଇନୁ ଅଛୁ।
ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିଦେଉନ।
এইটাକୁ ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ। ହ୍ୟାଲୋ। I welcome you all to the National Conference on Past, Present and Future of Similipal. We are going to start the second technical session. I request all the participants and delegates to assemble quickly inside the conference hall. The first speaker of the session will be Dr. R.C. Misra. The second speaker will be Dr. S.N. Patra. The third speaker will be Professor S.K. Datta. And the fourth one will be Professor A.K. Bishwal before we break for tea. To assemble quickly inside the conference hall. The first speaker of the session will be Dr. R.C. Misra. The second speaker will be Dr. S.N. Patra. The third speaker will be Professor S.K. Datta. And the fourth one will be Professor A.K. Bishwal before we break for tea. I welcome you back to the conference. So the first speaker of this session is Dr. R.C. Misra. Dr. R.C. Misra is presently Principal Scientist, ICAR, National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources. He has over 30 years of research experience in which he has supervised 20 research projects, and he has 115 research publications to his credit. Especially regarding Similipal, he has 15 publications including 2 bulletins. He has 2 new species record of plants to science. These are the 2 varieties of wild okra, that is Ebolmiscus mahindragiriensis and Ebolmiscus odyssey. I apologize if it's wrong, sir, you can correct it. He has also won several awards. The notable among them is Environmentalist Award by Odisha Environment Society and Ethnobotanist Award by RCDC Odisha. I request Dr. R.C. Misra to kindly begin his deliberations and apprise the audience. Sir, please.
Forward and backward. Very good afternoon to all actually. So now actually at present now Vice Chancellor is not there actually. So that Honorable Vice Chancellor. Simple. No on. Hello. So very good afternoon to all actually. So few are absent also, right? So now coming to so now at present Vice Chancellor is absent actually. Then actually that Honorable Vice Chancellor, all are my senior colleagues, and also Professor Patra, then Dr. Panigrahi, all the things really. So then with regards to all of them. Now, so coming to now actually just I will tell actually, so only very few, what are the particularly the research performed by us actually. Now coming to that only wild resources of that vegetable, wild resources of wild vegetables actually particularly. So we have conducted actually many research experience, many research projects actually, and including that wild vegetables, wild vegetables, wild fruits are also there actually, but only so I am only concising that only wild vegetables. Now coming to the plant diversity actually. So the plant diversity in India actually. So later actually we will come to the Similipal Biosphere Reserve. Now first come to, so it is one of the 12 megabiodiversity of world. Then the estimated higher plants in India actually 21,000. Now it is more than 21,000 species. Then economically important plants actually about 5,000 species. Then plants which are providing particularly that food stuff or wild food plants, they are actually 1,000 plants. Now, out of all these plant diversity, actually, that ethnic diversity in India, which are actually ethnic diversity, and that all that tribal peoples and all things, actually, the tribal communities, it covers 550, then ethnic groups 227, then tribal regions which comprise 18.7% of total geographical area, and the tribal proportion of 8% of the total population of India. So this is regarding that edible plant genetic resources of wild actually. So the plants which are used as all that wild plants which are used as the food. So out of all these actually, that root and tubers, they cover actually 145 species. Then the leafy vegetables which are we are using as sag and all these things actually. These are 521. Then flowers and buds which are also using as food. They are 101. Then the fruits which are actually having 647. Then seeds and nuts 118. So now coming to the significance of wild tubers. So actually, sir, we have already covered actually that wild tubers. So these wild, you know that tubers actually, so the tubers actually either in the form of corms or they are actually rhizomes. You know actually, so what are the modified stem actually? These are actually either rhizomes or corms or bulbils. So actually all that, so the local population, they particularly use as a food actually, all things. Now actually they supplement the food requirements of tribal inhabitants and all the marginal farmers. And this is the livelihood sustenance from sale of that surplus tubers. So many tubers also, they also sell in the local market. They also make income from them actually. Then they provide varieties of food items. Then the stored food, which are used during scarcity or the critical lean periods. Then the other uses like medicinal, alcoholic beverages, spices, condiments, then animal fodder. Then the many genetic resources, they constitute the wild gene pool for crop improvement program. For example, if you take many species of like your Dioscorea or your Alocasia or Colocasia, they also use as, so it will be used for the crop improvement studies in our agriculture research. then the nutritional value of some wild tubers is higher than that the several known, the cultivated tubers. Now this is the Odisha, actually coming to the forest map of Odisha. Then so there are the different 4 phytogeographic regions of Odisha, which are, you know. These tribes actually which are selected across the phytogeographic regions. Now, so our Similipal actually they comes under the northern plateau zone, and they major cover Kola, Santal, Bathuri, Bhuya, Munda, Mahali, Bhumij, Saunti, Zuang, Khadia, Mankadia, and Gonda. So these actually the major chunk of this northern plateau zone, actually it covers your major Similipal, that is actually Mayurbhanj and Keonjhar districts, and also part of Sundargarh district. Now coming to the Similipal Biosphere Reserve, you know actually, so that this is the map actually. So now why it actually that Similipal Biosphere Reserve, why it is important actually. So this is the 8th Biosphere Reserve in India, which represents Mahanadiya biogeographical region of tropical eastern zone. It composed of 7 diverse vegetation types, starting from your semi-evergreen to like your grasslands, all actually got 7 diverse vegetation types. Then it is having a rich flora which are harboring 1,255 species of vascular plants, which constitute 46% of flora of Odisha. Out of flora of Odisha, about 2,700 or 2,800. It covers about 46% of flora of Odisha, then 7% of India. And this is the center of origin of diversification of significant number of food plants and their wild relatives. And that the home of 11 aboriginal tribes, which constitute 74% of total population. Then 61 villages inside the core and buffer zone, and about 1,200 villages in transitional zone. As a matter of traditional practice, they gather and consume the underground parts as supplementary food items and during the food scarcity. Then, so now coming to the particularly that biosystematics or systematic position of that Similipal. Now actually earlier earlier it was recorded actually 1,136. Now so the additional taxa which are incorporated by myself actually, that 190 species we have incorporated more. Now you will find 1,255 species of actually, which covers pteridophytes 65, gymnosperms there are 4 gymnosperm species, dicots there are 840, then monocots 346. Total now it covers actually that the total Similipal, so it harbors 1,255 species of vascular flora. Now which are the, so these are the mainly the tubers actually, so which are the dominant tubers which are used as a food actually. This is wild edible. All that RAC, that Alocasia, all that your Saro group, that your Taro group, all Alocasia, Morphopalus, all these actually. Then Diascoria, all that tubers, all that the Diascoria species. Then the Gingiveraceae, they are having Amomum and that Curcuma, all that healthy group. Then orchids, that the Havenaria, Norvillia, Palandatharia. So these are also all that edible. Liliaceae also asparagus, that is your Shatavari group, all this actually. Then dicots, these are the monocots. These are the major plant groups which are in the major genera. Then coming to the taxonomic diversity of only tubers which are used food. Our tribal people, they use as a food actually. They are the monocots 73%, and the total 66 species they identified as a tuberous food plants. And so the tuberous species which are under different families like your Araceae, then the highest is your Diascoriaceae. Diascoriaceae is having actually about 10 species of Diascoria, like your so many species like your Diascoria, starting from Alata, Diascoria pentaphylla, Diascoria bulbifera, all these things actually. So like or in Odia that is called pitalu, then kosalu, like actually. So they use actually as a food. And by processing actually in these diascoria which are having actually after diascoria, then actually that orchidaceae, then gingiveraceae, so so different species which are having different families. Then these food plants actually, they after processing or after cooking, all these actually, so they are actually using in different use categories. So then food and medicine both. Then the local liquor additive. And so few tubers are also there, like your so many belong to the municipality actually, that usually. The local liquor additives, there are also 14 species they use as a local liquor additive. So in the local liquor actually they add all these species actually. Then so to enhance the intoxication at the more concentration, or also to reduce their foaming process, all the things actually. So they add all that local liquor additive. Then the food, they also flavor. For the food flavoring also they use actually few 5 species. Then the so few species like ornaments or sorcery they use the 6 species. Then the food preparation technique. So either these tubers they use as a raw, either directly they use as a raw, or few species they use as a boiled or cooked, and so few are burnt after half burnt or purely burnt actually they take as a food. Then also for dry powder also they use. Then so few food items they use from tubers actually. They are the different food items they use actually. So vegetable curry or the boiled food, or they use also snacks in different species. Then also they use as a wine additives. Then the pickles, they also make pickles out of pure rhizomes. Then soup or sarbat, then pudding or cake, then chutney. So these are the different food items also they use. Then there are the wild varieties of tuber crops which are used actually in the crop improvement program particularly. So we also use actually for the gene transfer for all the things actually few. Diascoria के बहुत species है. Diascoria which are having 10 species or 11 species of Diascoria. Then, so now coming to the, so these foods actually, so the food, so the different rhizomes, they use as a food actually, like the first one is asparagus, that is your shatavari. So which, so this is a food, they use as a food also as a medicine also. And this second one is your costus, that is Caucon, that is called Caucon, Costus speciosus. Then this one is that rhizome of Hedychium flavescens. They use as a in rheumatism. Then this Pueridia, that is which enhances the vigor and treats spermatoria. So they are only I am citing only a few examples. So actually, then they are the domesticated tubers. So out of all their tuber crops actually, so few. They also started their cultivation in their homesteads or in the kitchen garden. So the first one is the cultivation of Amorphophallus at Jasipur actually. So they also started their cultivation at that time. Then Curcuma aromatica is cultivated by tribes at the Khejuri. In the Khejuri, so inside the Khejuri village, there is also a few tribes. They also started, and that Curcuma Paluo. They started also that cultivation. Few tubers, they are very tasty also. So they take as a raw. And these are few species which are actually the income generating species. I am giving only few examples actually. These are, for example, the cell of Amorphophallus, Oluo, jungly Oluo. So they use actually, so they sell in the local market like in Ghatkumari Haat. Then also they make income out of that. Then so this Milax zelanica, you know that is actually that Muturi. So they also sell out of tubers at Gurudia Hut. Then so they are the cell of Ruta Sisampilus parera. These are actually so they use this Sisampilus parera. So they actually use, so they particularly this is very income actually. So they make out of more income because they use and they add in that local liquor. So to enhance their more intoxication or that more This is your Similipal, and the fourth one, the cell of asparagus, that's Sotavari. So they also, it is, I've taken in that Bisoi market also. Then the other tubers are consumed during food scarcity. So particularly that many tribes actually, so during that food scarcity, that 17 species, so they consume during that food scarcity. And they are also actually, they are taken actually show different, like your Aborpophalus, then your Diascoria bulbifera, that is Pitaalu, then Diascoria hispida, that is your Bayanalu, then Diascoria pentaphylla, this is same actually. So they are the very long, and that Diascoria pentaphylla, about more than 2 feet. So this is actually, so they are using in their food items actually, these are also. And so these are the tuber germplasm which are conserved in our center actually. So they are the Lascia spinosa, these are the publications actually out of that Similipal actually total. The books authors. Thanks. So now it is open for discussion actually. So if any...
Thank you. Thank you. Hello.
Any questions you have actually?
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Sudham sir, kindly restrict your question to only a single sentence.
Only single. Sir, suggest me how the local people will be benefited by using these genetic resources, how it can be popularized and how it can be utilized by the local people so that their livelihood can be developed. So, please suggest.
So regarding that, how to develop livelihood actually, only actually, so if you, we can start actually, so if you go there actually, then if you start, we can select few species out of all these actually, which are regularly income generating. Then actually we can cultivate actually in that kitchen garden or in that actually that in the forest periphery, all the things actually, which are actually more nutritious than actually which are also tasty also. So they can, we can use actually then actually to different
species. Have you domesticated any species?
Yes, I have many species actually.
Acha.
About actually more than 10 species actually they are also starting that domestication. In Diascoria also actually many species, like in Diascoria bulbifera, Pitaalu, they also started that cultivation. Then Diascoria pentaphylla, they also started cultivation. The Diascoria pentaphylla, that is very tasty. That is actually, that is much better than your common saru. So the like so few species are there actually, which are actually very which are nutritious and also that pharma foods. Then we bring together actually. Then if we cultivate actually in our kitchen garden or in that backyards, yes. Then actually then also they will come to know actually. Then also they will start their income actually.
Okay.
For income.
Thank you, sir. Very nice.
Any more questions? No students from botany? Yes, sir, you can.
Now internationally, including UN, they are emphasizing on expansion of all these natural resources, at least for the cause of tribal people. Yes. Any government program in India to how to increase the production of these wild varieties. What is the initiative by Government of India? Please.
So actually initiative by Government of India actually, that is particularly, so we have also started the same thing actually, that is like your, so few wild species actually, we also actually, we sent to headquarters actually, so they are, so they have also started in our fields in bank, then also in our starting of the garden also. So actually we are also giving that report also, that to Government of India. Then also that actually after examining all the things actually, like your their biochemical evaluation, we are also doing that biochemical evaluation, like a higher protein content and higher higher fiber content of all the things actually. So these actually these species which are having, we are also making that of all these things actually. which are having the high protein or high
College, Parla-Khemundi. He served as a teacher in botany in MPC College from 1975 to 1980. He was awarded as an Ashoka Fellow, Biju Patnaik State Award for Wildlife Conservation, Senior Scientist Award by Odisha Bigyan Academy, and Prasanna Kumar Das Memorial Award for his work on Similipal in Baripada. I request Dr. Sundar Narayan Patra to kindly speak to the audience. Sir, please.
I am deeply impressed to see the audience in large number. Even after post-lunch session, this speaks of the discipline of this wonderful university. I congratulate. Sushil is there. I am afraid of him because he is dictionary of knowledge. He said, you speak, then I will speak. I was thinking, let him speak so that I can take excuse. But he has put me in trouble. Many friends, Thato is there, Mostia, Ramakant. You are visiting Ambika temple, but you have not noticed. Beyond that, there is Belgodia Palace. I was staying in Ambika Street. I was in MPC College Baripada from 75 to 80. I made a survey of the flora of Belgodia Palace. Wonderful, so rich. I just gave one example of western element there. That is Somibrukhya, which is Prosopis cinerea, which you call Khejri. In Rajasthan, third desert, that Khejri. Beautiful flora in and around Baripada. What do you think of Similipal? Gowda, before the tiger reserve was implemented, he started saying the number of tigers in Similipal in 72 was 18. 2002, it went on increasing, it was 101. 2023, it is 16. Think of your title, past, present and future. The distance past, the near past, the present. You predict what your future will be. 18 numbers of tiger in 72. Increase after 101 if the figures are to be taken into confidence. If it is true, thanks to the conservation measures. But what happened from 2004 to 2023, during these 19 years, it fell down to 16. How can it be? 2007, the elephant population of Similipal was 700 or 600. Today, the official figure says the elephant census, according to recent elephant census in 2018, the number is 300. It is halved. So these are only two indicator species to speak about drastic decrease in number due to ecosystem degradation. There is no doubt in it. You had invited me probably in 2018 or before. Sushil Datta was the keynote speaker. I was asked to give the keynote speaker. I said he should be the keynote speaker, I will speak. The same slide I got because I am 80 years old. Eyes do not permit to keep pace with the modern technology and preparing PPT slides. Very old, you can excuse me. I have given the title Conservation and Management Miles to Go. Now here, the geographical area of Mayurbhanj is this much, but total forest area is this much, but Similipal Biosphere Reserve is about 5,600. So Similipal Biosphere Reserve has some areas from Balasore district, some areas from Keonjhar district, adjacent districts. So I am not going to those details. Next, this is Similipal. This already Joy Krishna has covered this slide, so I don't want to repeat. Please skip. Please see these two letters if you can read. Prasanna Kumar Das, who represented Baripada or some other place in Mayurbhanj district in Odisha Assembly, at that point of time was the Honorable Speaker of Odisha Legislative Assembly. I drafted the letter. He wrote to the then Union Minister, Forest and Environment, Mr. Kamal Nath, to set up a biosphere reserve in Similipal. It was a negative letter. You cannot read from a distance, but you can share my slide, or I can send the letters. There the ministry said it is not possible to give the status of biosphere reserve to Similipal. That triggered lot of action and reaction. Next year I wrote a letter. Kamal Nath replied, already it is declared as a biosphere reserve on 22nd June 1994. Very positive letter. We also said regarding Satkosia, Mahendragiri and Bhitarkanika, they say those are being tried. So why I give these two letters? Similipal Study Center need not restrict itself to academic exercise. It must be proactive, it must see that, it must address to socio-economic linkage of the resources with the local tribals. What Ramesh Mishra has presented, lot of resources, food resources, which are wild. Even, so Kaizanda, there is an application for according geographical indication tag to Kaizanda. They prepare a beautiful dish out of that. The honey, Baghua, Mahu is so unique. Throughout the country you cannot get that quality. Things where geographical indication can be accorded if you try. So friends, coming to next देखो कौन सी? This is the area of Similipal. Already, I think the DFO is already shown. Next, please. This is also discussed. This is about biosphere reserve. I will define it. Before that, what I want to speak. When I was posted to MPC College Baripada, besides teaching, I was given the responsibility as NSS program coordinator, adult education officer, and also Red Cross, youth Red Cross officer. Because my faculty is botany, I took botany honors students to Similipal to make a floristic study. I was teaching gymnosperms. To my utter surprise, I found a species of netum. So curious, I never imagined. This is only one example I am giving. Then I thought, let me take my NSS students, have a 10-day camp, try to see the local people's linkage with forest resources. upper Barakamara, cottages were built, not handed over to the people. We stayed there. I also went to Meghasini. We tried to play football with Khodia people, so that we wanted to be more social with them. Let us identify ourselves with them. So much of data. You know, Khodias are best to collect honey. No chief conservator forest can collect honey what a Khodia can do. Jagannath Das has done lot of anthropology professor retired from Utkal University, has done lot of work. People even remember his name. He used to stay in the house of tribals. So many things. So I was enchanted to see this. So after that, I got in newspaper a message that minus Similipal sanctuary, the rest of the Similipal area will be given to an organization called Similipal Forest Development Corporation. Objective, what is the objective? The old aged trees and the diseased trees will be felled. Revenue generated will be spent for the development of Similipal. And it was registered under Companies Act. Can you imagine commercial activities around sanctuary? Diametrically opposite ideology. I had no sleep. I spent sleepless nights. I thought of organizing an international seminar on behalf of NSS of MPC College Baripada in 1980. I was transferred before the seminar was there. I was posted to Fulbani. I conducted the seminar there with a specific session devoted for Similipal. Prasanna Kumar Das, he was MLA then, along with the then speaker, he attended that meeting along with the House Committee. In order to see that from commercialization, the Similipal is made conservation. From commercialization to conservation-oriented activities. So we started Odisha Environment Society there with the main purpose of fighting for the cause of Similipal. So friends, that was in Fulbani 82. After that, Prasanna Kumar Das being MLA, remember, in assembly there is a house committee for different purposes. By his initiatives, there was a specific house committee on environment and house committee on development of Similipal. In a house committee, the speaker is the chairperson, some MLAs are also members. So these committees, in their interim report in 1982, made a recommendation, and on 15th September 1984, presented to Government of Odisha with a request, with a suggestion to declare a biosphere reserve in Similipal forest. This was in 84. See the cascading effect. And after that, in 1985, by then, Union Environment has already been constituted. Earlier there was Forest Ministry, but Union conference was convened in Baripada. The town hall was overpopulated More than the people sitting in town hall, they stood outside. Then Union Minister, Environment Veer Sen, KP Singh Dev, Union Minister, Janigwala Patnaik, Chief Minister, Prasanda Speaker, Bhopal Mahapatra, then Forest Minister, all came. International level scientists came. There was a move to take a resolution that Similipal should be a biosphere. More particularly, Forest Department will oppose. There was voting, there was division, and majority voted for Similipal to be a biosphere. That was the turning point of Similipal being accorded the status of biosphere. So friends, after that, in 1988, Indira Gandhi was the Prime Minister. She was an ardent lover of nature. She started State Environment Protection Council for all the states, where governor would be the chairperson, forest minister would be the vice chairperson. Unfortunately, that State Environment Protection Council constituted in 87 called only one meeting, that is 6 September 1988. After that, no more meeting. There, myself, Prasandas, and others gave a strong note to elevate the status of Similipal to a biosphere. Had that Protection Council continued, things would have been different. Now, Government of Orissa in 1989 and 90, because of our pressure, gave proposal to Union Ministry to make it a biosphere. You know, however, in 94, the notification was done, and I'll go to another area of discussion. You know, every state has Chief Minister is the chairperson. Because Chief Minister is a busy person, the board meeting is hardly called once or twice in a year, 2 or 3 years once. So, a standing committee was constituted taking few selected members of the State Board for Wildlife. On 20th April 2016, Singda, section 199.200 kilometer to be expanded to 310 kilometers on National Highway 6 from 2 laning to 4 laning. I said, why should you go on having a 4 laning there? They said the vehicle will be transported, forest products will be transported, tourism will be there. But don't you think this will cause disturbance to the wildlife? But anyway, that was not accepted. Why I am telling this? I will come back to what the recent committee visited by Government of India after the 2 forest officials were shot down. What views they have given. Now, again April 4th, 2015, the standing committee, that was the first committee. Earlier which I said, that was the second committee. First committee, there were 3 proposals. Badampad iron ore mining, which was in operation from 1919. Sulepat iron ore mines of BC Dogra, also in operation from 1999. Maharaja iron and manganese ore mines started from 1971. So the lease period is over. The proposals were placed before the House Committee to renew the lease. I said, please don't encourage any mining activity. Pradeep Bhanjadeo was the Mayurbhanj Maharaja. I was the special invitee because I was a government servant. He took all these views and technically prepared the report to convince the government that Similipal justifies to be vice president. Then, on the recommendation of the House Committee on Environment, House Committee on Similipal Development, in June 1982, for 10 years there was moratorium to cut the trees. For 2 years, no tree felling is allowed in Similipal. See how the things are moving from Similipal forest development activity with the objective of felling trees and conservation ideas, conservation commitments to stop felling or to put a moratorium. Now, I am now not going to other details. In 1920, 82 elephants, 117 human beings. 21, 77 elephants, 139 human beings. 21, 22, 86, 120 human beings. This speaks of what? This speaks of depletion of resources. Animals get angry. The particular elephant doesn't get its food. It moves hither. If it feels it is in danger, it kills. And we also kill we do poaching, elocution, so many things. Yesterday, I went through an article published in The Pioneer. You please read it. I advise you, all of you read. That is written by 2 retired IFS officers who were Principal Chief Conservation Forest. V.B.K.P. Singh, Arvind Kumar Jha. According to them, 53 tiger reserves covering 75,796 square kilometer house nearly 70% of world's tiger population. India's tiger population increased from 2,967 in 2018 to 3,167. The population of tigers in Similipal of Odisha requires prioritized conservation inputs. You have not worked on tiger, but you are a tiger in Similipal. I am reading a quotation, a line in 1872, Britisher William Hunter, the hitherto almost unexpected. And what I am benefited? I got no PhD for Similipal, no DSc, no MSc degree, but I got these recognitions. Can I hope for more than this at my age? Else we can interact. And that slide you can share.
Thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time for us and giving such a nice talk. I hope the students have enjoyed. Do you have any questions? If not, then we can proceed to the next speaker of the session. So the next speaker of the session is Professor S.K. Datta. Professor Anil Kumar Biswal. Sir, So Professor Anil Kumar Biswal, he completed his MSc and PhD from Utkal University, and he retired very recently as Professor of Botany from this university. At present, he is Adjunct Professor, Department of Botany, Fakir Mohan University. He has guided around 6 PhD students and 24 MPhil. He has 64 publications in various journals, and he has 5 books including Pteridophytic Flora of Similipal. He was awarded Dr. Gopinath Panigrahi Memorial Award for Outstanding Contribution in Taxonomy, and he has 2 new reports of plant species for the country, which is a part of the APJ Abdul Kalam Biodiversity Park established by MSCBU and Dr. Gopinath Panigrahi Botanical Garden at FMU. I welcome you, sir, again here. You are back to your home turf, so kindly address the gathering, so please.
Good afternoon, one and all. So at the outset, I must express my feeling. This is my homecoming. This is my, field of work, particularly when I was young, energetic, and, in a position to contribute something. And today I am here, and I am not outsider, I am part of this institution. In the morning hour, speakers express the future is uncertain. Past is mystery. Art is mystery, future is uncertain, present is in your hands. Only for that, to achieve something in future, we are gathered in the particular hall, we are here. And today is the foundation, or you can say present is the foundation. A river is never old or young. A river flows. There is no young river or child river, or you can call it the old river, like this. Nature or Mother Earth is always young, always beautiful, always enchanting, always giving your healing energy, always giving loving energy. We never create the variability, we never create the diversity, but we are having the diversity about biogeographical classification by Roger and Panwar. It comes under biogeographic zone Deccan Peninsula, biogeographic province Chotnagpur, biogeographic region Maharaja. And there is another school of people who are another school of biogeographers. They put Similipal as an extension of Eastern Ghats. But in recent time, people are saying, particularly the geologists, they are saying Similipal biospheres reserve are neither coming under, Chotnagpur Plateau or nor the extension of Eastern Ghats. Then what is that? They are coming under Singhbhum granites. According to A.K. Saha, they have published paper in 1994. Under that Singhbhum granites, they have recognized about 12 distinct plutons. And at least 5 plutons, namely Gorumaisani, Rairangpur, Urlajhari, Karanjia, Keonjhargarh, Burana, and Bisoi are the confined to the northern part of the state. And Similipal comes under that biogeographic or geographic formation that is known as, Singhbhum granite. Now they are giving another name, Similipal granite. And for your kind of information, the age of Similipal or Singhbhum granite is about 3.2 to 3.5 giga-annum. 1 giga-annum is about 1 million. So, and Himalaya is only only 30 million years. From that you can assess how old Similipal is. Similipal, I am repeating, Similipal granite is about 3.2 to 3.5 gigaannum, whereas Himalayan is only 30 million or maximum 50 million. So Himalayan may be very tall, but you can just grandson of Similipal area. And that's why nowadays a biogeographer is telling that migration of plants or migration of the flora may be from this region common in Himalayan tracts and in Similipal. So now the hypothesis is being changed, and for your kindness from the particular paper is coming. They are not publishing. One Argent professor working there at Fakra University and their team, they are going to publish it. This is a recent thing. Anyway, so we are very fortunate that Similipal is having such a biogeographic enigma. Next. Already there are many uniqueness of Similipal. So I am just skipping first 2-3 things and putting this thing out of 144 number of orchids occurring in the state. There are about 101 orchids in the Similipal. Recently, a book published by 100 orchids of orchids of Odisha Similipal by famous Sarat Misra. He has published in collaboration with the Forest Department. Recently, he has added out of 90, there was 92, and they have added more than 9, and the number came to 101. So out of 144 orchids extant in the state of Odisha, there are about 101 orchids in the Similipal. And again, out of 141 pteridophyte fauna flora reported across the country, starting from Dr. Gopinath Panigrahi, your Saxena Brahmam, and recently book published by Fawns of Odisha by North Odisha University, fawns occurring in Similipal. So, what about you are telling about that melanistic time? So, demands Similipal to the best candidate to establish an orchid sanctuary, or you can say fawn sanctuary in the state. Citrus sanctuary in Meghalaya. People are talking about, when you are talking about sanctuaries, you are pointing at a particular animal. So taking the plants, the sanctuary is now being established. So Similipal is the best candidate to declare as orchid sanctuary or fawn sanctuary. Anyway, this is all, in the morning hour, your deputy director was telling, so he has visited many protected area network in the country. Similipal is the only place where there is no dearth of water for sustenance of flora and fauna. This area is plentiful water, and this is the origin point of major river system of Odisha. Northern part of state is being fed by the rivers of that. And this is the original home of the Birovers, Hill Kharias, Ujias, and some of the primitive tribes. And already our previous worker, your Patrasar told, it is a grand repository of indigenous knowledge pertaining to conservation of biodiversity, ethnobiological study, and traditional ecological knowledge. I don't want to repeat. Next slide. Sorry. So this is the area where you can find 5 different, forest type in a single chunk. The climate of northern Similipal is totally different from southern Similipal, and the forest or vegetation of northern Similipal totally different from southern Similipal. When I was here, we have invited the Maharaja of Mayurbhanj, Bhanjadeo, and we were just discussing very casually. He was telling when he was young, one person from West Bengal, maybe working as geologist, he was telling there are 6 different types of soil, 6 types of climate in Similipal, which he was heard by when he was young. That is true. Okay, this is the vegetation type alarm cover map. Due to scarcity, I am skipping. This is the biological richness area map for Similipal, where borrowed it from NRSA Hyderabad. So, these are the rare, endemic, threatened species. Particularly, I am talking about plant species only, not about animal species. So, these are the plants coming under rare, endemic, threatened taxa. Out of this, this one, Exacum tenui, Gentianaceae, it is not only confined to Similipal, this is a new record to Indian subcontinent. This plant, including this, another 12 number of new forms have been already added to Similipal. So number is coming more than 1200. So previous letter 1076, it is more than 1200. So you have to decide what is there, how much there, where is there. So the three common questions should be answered. What is there, how much there, and where is there. And then we have to prioritize those things. What, among them, where are the critical endanger, where are endanger or vulnerable, rare threatened. Then we have planning for conservation. Okay, these are some of the photographs of arid species. This is the plant Exacum tenui, which is confined to Similipal and Indonesia and Philippines and overall the world. It is very rare. This is a saprophyte angiosperm occurring in the decomposed leaf litter of first grade. Ashoka Comberi, previously it was thought that it was endemic to Odisha, endemic to Similipal. So in recent time it is discovered from Visakhapatnam hills, Andhra Pradesh. Anyway, this is endemic to India. So it's small patches in Andhra Pradesh and in Similipal and nowhere else. And the RPSC people, they have taken the seeds of the particular plant and they have beautifully got the seedling and sapling, and again they have introduced it. So if we are talking about conservation part, we have to prioritize this taxa, we have to adopt or you have to collaborate with the other organization for raising the saplings or seedling, and again you have to adopt for in-situ conservation, because in-situ conservation is the most effective. So RPSC people have successfully done it. Sorry. This is a tree occurring in the core area, that is Jamuna Danda, that is the name particular place I just forgot. Again, this is the southern Indian element, and this is reported only 3 years back by my students. Next one. Again, this is a rare species occurring in the central part and southern part, reported from Similipal. Next. Again, this is a very herbaceous petty plant occurring in China and some part of that area and occurring in Similipal. Next. This is again Himalayan element. We can call it Similipal element occurring there. If you are considering the age of Similipal, it is much older than Himalaya. So plant migration must be from this place to northeast area. Next. Again, this is strawberry belong to rose family. This is a wild relative or genetic resources for plant breeding program of strawberry. Next one. Okay. This is a relative of Nigella sativa, this is Kolajira. So this is also a very good candidate for plant breeding. Next one. This is known as Rajkoli, Bacteria rhamflora, occurring in the northeast and here only. And people really say it very sweet and they are making pickle. It is, I have not seen, but those who have visited the northeastern market, Manipur or those areas, in the market, this pickle of this plant is available there. Next. This is a rare plant. Next one. Okay. This is Hypericum japonicum. There is another species, Hypericum gati. Hypericum gati found in a small packet near Nona, Similipal, again in Champaran, Bihar, and over in the world, this particular plant, the Hypericum gati, the photograph is there. Hypericum japonica and Hypericum gati, also very rare plant. Next one. This is yellow carpus tectorius. This is relative of Rudraksha. Rudraksha is yellow carpus granitus. This is relative of yellow tectorius. It is occurring in that Makarnacha. Okay. Next one. This is a very petty orchid found again in Nilgiri Hill, and that's why name is there, but this is occurring at this place. So how you can say how the biogeographically the Similipal is connected with the northern India and southern India and Similipal. And very, very unique, and particularly for a biogeographer, it is just an enigma. Many biogeographic revelations to come out. Okay? So, Similipal Study Center may give, if they are proposing something in this line, they can also put something to know exact the biogeographic situation and biogeographic distribution of plants and animals and how this come. This should be included in that. Here they have taken 4 to 5 species of orchids only, and unfortunately their area magazines is not a responding in laboratory, but other things, there are certain, Dendrobium species, Dendrobium regium and Dendrobium transparens, they have succeeded, and they have propagated so many plants and introduced again in Similipal. It's a very good approach. Again, RPS is a government organization and directly coming under Department of Science and Technology and Forest Department, they are collaborating. We don't know. Again, we are giving the proposal. They may come forward to collaborate with us to adopt the biotechnology approaches. Okay? And assessment of anthropogenic factors, prevention of forest fires. Again, prevention of forest fires, again, policy decision. These are not our cup of tea. Again, simple, just what we have done using our NSS volunteers and students, just we have created those things. And conservation through management means this is the participated approach by government agency, non-government agency, researchers, academics, and everybody. So these are my suggestions in nutshell. Thank you one and all for patience hearing, and especially thanks to organizer to give him such an opportunity to share my views to the young mass who can take the program to make the future a bright future. Not any uncertain future, bright future. With that positive thought, I end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Anil Kumar Biswal. Now the forum is open for questioning. Any questions? Now this was a very interesting talk on the biodiversity of Similipal, especially on the floral diversity of Similipal. Most of you must be focusing mostly on molecular biology, cell biology, genetics and all, but you're slowly getting away from the diversity part of the subject. In that perspective, this talk and the next talk holds much importance. So I would request you to kindly question him. Okay, if you don't have any questions right now, so I will request Professor S.K. Datta to kindly felicitate Professor Anil Kumar Biswal for his excellent talk. So please. Sir, you please join. I request the Chairman, PG Council to join in for the felicitation. I would also request the Organizing Secretary, Dr. Bishwajit Ratha, to join in.
We spent a lot of time in Similipal with Anil. I learned a lot of plants with him. It's
Thank you everyone. So the last talk of the second technical session, I would like to call upon and invite Professor Sushil Kumar Datta. I think he needs no introduction because he has already been introduced in the inaugural session. I invite you, sir, to kindly deliberate. Sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Kuku Mahapatra. I wanted to talk something else, but I decided to talk something, but you will have an opportunity to see some photographs which will be self-explanatory. You see those, read those, that has nothing to do what I will be talking now. I heard few people, including one of the deputy directors of Similipal, then giants of Similipal critics, researchers, then awardees, so many things. So what I wanted to say, three things, again and again we are talking past, present, future. I told future, I do not know. Why I told that? Then I will explain. There are many of you interested about Similipal research, how to save Similipal. Similipal, our jivano, Similipal, নহলে আমি বঞ্চি পাৰিবিনি, আমাক নিদ হওনি, শুই পাৰিবিনি, খাই পাৰিবিনি. So many things, Similipal. What I visualize, there are very small stories, realities of conservation stories of Similipal, also in general about Orissa. Okay. Let me start with. I think more than 25 years back or something, Dr. Patra wanted to write a book about Similipal. So he wanted an article from me. Then I wrote a Harpatavana of Similipal. Okay. I dedicated that at the end, that I dedicate this article to one of my friend, Buddha Santara, with whom I came to Similipal when I was in the college, Fakiran College. During that time I had few trips. ଆମର ସବୁ ଗାଁରେ କୁହନ୍ତି ବର୍ଷା ଦିନ ଆସିଲା ବେଳକୁ ଆମେ ଜଙ୍ଗଲକୁ ଯାଉଛୁ ମଣିଷ ଆଣିବାକୁ, ବାଲେଶ୍ୱରିଆ ଭାଷାରେ ଜଙ୍ଗଲକୁ ମଣିଷ ଆଣିବାକୁ ଯାଉଛୁ, ମାନେ ମଜୁରୀ ନେବାକୁ ଆସନ୍ତି, ରହିବେ ସିଆଡ଼େ ଧାନ ବିଲରେ କାମ କରିବେ। ତେଣୁ ଆମେ ଆସୁଥାଉ, ସିଏ ଆମ ଘର ପାଖରେ ଯେଉଁ ସାନ୍ତାଳ ତା ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ଆସିବୁ, ତା ଲିଙ୍କେଜ୍ ଅଛି କପ୍ତିପଦାରେ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଜାଗାରେ ଦିନେ ଦିନ ରହିବୁ। ସିଏ କ'ଣ କରୁଥାଏ, ହୁଆଲି ରିଟର୍ଣ୍ଣିଂ ହି ୱିଲ୍ କ୍ୟାଚ୍ ଅ ସ୍ନେକ୍, ଗୋଟେ ଦୁଇଟା ଗୋଖର ସାପ ଧରିକି ନେଇଯିବ। ଇଜ୍ ଏ କ୍ରେଜି ମ୍ୟାନ୍। ନେଇକିରି ସେ ହ୍ୱାଟ୍ ହି ୱିଲ୍ ଡୁ, ସାପ ଖେଳେଇବ। So ultimately, to make the story short, he died of snake bite. এই ଯେଉଁ ବଳଦ ନାଚ ହୁଏ, କୁକୁଡ଼ା ନାଚ ହୁଏ, ସେତିକି ବେଳେ ସେ ସାପ ଖେଳିବ ବସିକି। He never knew anything, with poison everything, କାମୁଡ଼ି ଦେଲା ତା ମୁଣ୍ଡରେ, ସେ ମରିଗଲା 5-10 ମିନିଟ୍ ପରେ। Okay. So like that is one little story. ତାପରେ ସବୁ ବଡ଼ ବଡ଼ ଲୋକ ଆସ୍ତେ ଆସ୍ତେ over a period of time, I came to, fortunately or unfortunately, I landed in Baripada, North Odisha University. 8 ବର୍ଷ ଏଠି ରହିଲି। ତା ଆଗରୁ ଗୋଟେ ଛୋଟିଆ ଷ୍ଟୋରି କହିଥିଲି। Before coming here, I got a project from Minister of Environment Forest, along with R.C. Mohanty, one of the research scholars is here, faculty in wildlife, Dr. Ravi Mishra. A project ଆସିଗଲା, Similipal ଗବେଷଣା ହେବ। ସେଥିରେ ରବି ମହାନ୍ତି ଥାନ୍ତି କୋ ଇନଭେଷ୍ଟିଗେଟର, ଆଇ ଏମ୍ ଦ PI। ତାପରେ ବୋଟାନି ମାଷ୍ଟର ସବୁ ଦଳିଗଲେ, ଆସିଗଲେ ମୋ ପାଖରେ, ଆମକୁ ନେଇକି ଚାଲ Similipal ଦେଖେଇବ। ବୋଟାନି ଯେତେ ମାଷ୍ଟର ଥିଲେ ବୁଝିଲ, ଇନକ୍ଲୁଡ଼ିଂ two of the ex-vice chancellors of this university, ଆମେ ସବୁ Similipal ଯିବା ତମ ପ୍ରୋଜେକ୍ଟ ପଇସାରେ। ଗାଡ଼ି ଗୋଟେ ହେଲା, ରବି ବି also came। ଗୋଟେ ବସ୍, ୟୁନିଭର୍ସିଟି ବସ୍ ସେତେବେଳେ ଥାଏ ଉତ୍କଳ ୟୁନିଭର୍ସିଟିରେ, ଏକାଥରେ 10-30 ହଜାର ଟଙ୍କା ଯିବ ଆଉ କ'ଣ। ଆସିକି ରାମତୀର୍ଥରେ ଆସର ପକାଇଦେଲୁ। ସେଠି ଦେଖିଲା ଯେଉଁ ବୁଢ଼ା ବାଘ ବସିଛନ୍ତି ଥାନ୍ତି, ସେ ବାଘ ବସିଛନ୍ତି, ତାଙ୍କୁ ବାଘ ଡାକେ ମୁଁ, ବୁଝିଲ। ସେ ରାମତୀର୍ଥରେ 14-15 ବର୍ଷ ଥିଲେ, ବୁଝିଲ। ଯାହା ହଉ ତପସ୍ୟା କରୁଥିଲେ ସେଠି। ଏନିୱେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ବୋଟାନି ସାର୍ମାନେ ଆସିଲେ, ସେମାନେ ତାଙ୍କ ଭିତରୁ ପ୍ରାୟ ମେଜରିଟି ଅଫ୍ ଦେମ୍ Similipal ଆସିନଥିଲେ କି ଦେଖିନଥିଲେ, ରାମତୀର୍ଥ କ'ଣ ଦେଖିନଥିଲେ। ଯାହା ଦେଖିଲେ ଭାରି ଖୁସି ହେଲେ। ଆଉ ଭିତରକୁ କୁଆଡ଼େ ଯିବା ହେଇନି। ମୋଷ୍ଟ ପ୍ରୋବାବ୍ଲି ଆମେ କେଉଁଠି ଗୋଟେ ଟିକେ ବସ୍ରେ ଯେତିକି ବାଟ ଆସି ହେବ, ଗେଟ୍ ପାଖରେ ବୁଲି ବୁଲାକି ଦେଖିଲେ ସବୁ। ୱାନ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଦ ଟିଚର୍ସ, ସେ ଦେଖିଲା ଯେତେବେଳେ ସବୁ ଯେଉଁ ଶାଳ ଗଛ ଗୁଡ଼ାକ ଛୋଟିଆ ହେଇଥାଏ ରାସ୍ତା ପାଖରେ, ତ ହେଲା, ଦାଦା ଏଗୁଡ଼ାକ କି ଗଛ ସବୁ? ମୁଁ ଏଗୁଡ଼ା ଶାଳ ଗଛ। ସେ ତାର ଫଟୋ ମେଞ୍ଚେ ଉଠେଇଗଲା। ଆଇରୋନିକାଲି ମୁଁ ଆଉ ନାଁ ଫାଙ୍କା ଧରୁନି, ସେ କ'ଣ ଥିଲେ ଅବିକା କହିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁନି। ଏନିୱେ ଇଟ୍ ଏଣ୍ଡେଡ୍ ଇନ୍ ଏ ଟ୍ରେଜିକ୍ ୱେ। आम आउ गोटे रिसर्च कला गोटे बुटान रही गोटे झुली रही मो पाखे मणिलाल गुप्ता जो मारवाड़ी छुआ बारिपदू खोजिली जाकि बण जंगल बस काम फाम कर मणिलाल को हायर करागला मणिलाल मो पाखे कम कर रवि कर आरसी महांती पाखे एनिवे तो मणिलाल हैज टू भेनिश हाफ वे ही कैन विथस्टैंड ओके साप बेंग धरवे जाकि जंगल रहा मारवाड़ी छुआ एनिवे रवि सर्वाइव से कौटी गछपत्र फलमूल धर एनिवे दैट वाज दैट प्रोजेक्ट वाज कंप्लीटेड एज पर माय अंडरस्टैंडिंग तापर आस्ते आस्ते आउट के आम पावर बढ़ला से मुझे लेक्चर थी तापर ओवर ए पीरियड ऑफ टाइम सिमिलपाल आगुरी बहुत थर आसती कप्तिपदा आड़े बारा कौटी मारी खाती जानी हरिण कौटी मारी खाती जानी वर्षा दिन अपर्याप्त से सब जगह को आसु था बुलू था तापर आमर वाइल्ड लाइफ दल सब हेले फ्रम फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट से सांगे आसिकी सिमिलपाल पशबू जीवु देखू जानू जीवजंतु करूँ धतड़ा कैमेरा फटो फटो उठेबू तो घर अच्छी किए डेप्यूटी डायरेक्टर अच्छी किए भी आहरी बड़ बड़ लोक अच्छी याकि पाखे गोटे पीएचडी फिएचडी कले हम तो पीएचडी भी किसी कले गुड पीएचडी मैनेज पीएचडी सो भेराइटी काइंड ऑफ थिंग दे वांटेड टू बी ए डॉक्टर ओके ता भर जन दी जन खंडे डायरेक्टर से पावर भी बढ़ला गवेषणा है हाथी कथा पढ़ला कुंभीर कथा पढ़ला बाघ कथा पढ़ला बाघर रिसर्च मु प्रैक्टिकल फील्ड रे किसी करी नहीं बट आई वाज इन्वॉल्व इन पॉलिसी मेकिंग फील्ड रे किसी करी नहीं बट आई वाज इन्वॉल्व इन पॉलिसी मेकिंग इन सिमिलिपाल आम सब टंका सी भी ठीक बाटे चल लगे ओनली वन सक्सेसफुल ट्रिप वाज मेड क्या पीसीसीएफ जो बड़ लोक अच्छे रिटायर्ड पीसीसीएफ से बाघ हाथी वाला लोक बोले चलो तेणु सी भी गोटे ट्रिप we had to depend, Deepak Pani myself had to depend on the availability of that gentleman to enter into Similipal. Then I raised the objection. With 3 members, they said the chairman kichi nahi ki 3 jon member jibe. Let me go or me or Pani can go. We want to go anywhere we like. Money is there. Money is not a problem. Anyway, it worked 1 or 2 trips. Then it looked, it was not a palatable situation for the forest department. So we did some Similipal जानती हो और policy makers जानती हो. So एक खसीगला हठात lot of people started blaming Wildlife Institute of India who started scientific way of camera trap counting. Everybody should know the stories, realities. Everything is working. Full breeding population is there. As the field deputy director told, one tiger is moving around. Several hundred kilometers going. I think that tiger is in danger. Okay. Then in between, there was a gentleman who wanted to spend time only in the forest, do research, catch frogs, snakes, photographs, sitting here. Dr. Patus Mahapatra. First PhD in zoology from North Odisha University. Okay. So he was officially working with NTC. The karan hochi आमर गवेषणा करिए यू टू स्पेंड टाइम इन द फील्ड यू टू स्पेंड टाइम इन द लैब यू टू स्पेंड टाइम वर्किंग विद द कंप्यूटर ओके 3 थिंग्स आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट ओके यू कैन नॉट डू वन थिंग ओके सो एनीवे फिनिश्ड फ्रॉम द सिनेरियो ऑफ टाइगर कंजर्वेशन थिंग आम ट्रस्ट भेनिश हो गला मीन्स आई गॉट भेनिश्ड इको क्लब भेनिश्ड तापर ये सार कहते पात्र सार 2-3 जन आम अच्छु विजु पट्टनायक वाइल्ड लाइफ अवार्ड वाइल्ड लाइफ इन जेनेल बस सार जड़े सी जड़े मु जड़े एम्ड आफ्टर द ग्रेट विजु पट्टनायक द बायोलो एवरीथिंग सेज बस वाट देवे दौले आगे टाइगर्स आर देयर दे विल रिमेन व्हेयर दे विल रिमेन वी हैव टू सी ओके दिस आर थिंग तार आमर गोटे गर्व अच्छी धड़ा बाघ find out is it good or bad. Okay, these are the things. Then we are talking about corridors. Hathi chala path chariade never work in proper way. Itna dekho tha sale. Left side, what is that? What is that? ଆମର ଶୋଇପଡ଼ିକି ଯେତେବେଳେ ଦେଖିକି କ'ଣ କେମିତି ଗୋଟେ ଆକାଶ ଦେଖାଯାଉଥିବ, ଫୁଲଟା ଦେଖାଯାଉଥିବ, so we wanted to photograph that. Okay, somewhere in Barakamla area, Janaville area. ତାପରେ over a period of time, Similipal ଥରେ ଜଣେ field director ସାଙ୍ଗରେ you learn a lot. I was fortunate so that I can move with them. We do our research. ବିଶାଳ ବର୍ଷା ହେଉଥାଏ ଏଇଭଳିଆ ଜୁଲାଇ ମାସରେ ପ୍ରାୟ ଇଭିନିଂ ଟାଇମ୍ we went together into Similipal. ଯାଉ ଯାଉ ବାଟରେ we saw a lot. Similipal ତୁ ଆଣିନାହିଁ ତ? ନା ନା ସାର୍, very nice, go. Okay, that kind of conservation cannot work. ମୁଁ ରହିବି କି ତମେ ରହିବ? Then we need to have a in between balance between human beings and animals. That has to be there. That is what we have been trying. ଘର ଗାଁ ଉଠେଇକି ବସାଅ, ସେଠି ଉଠାଅ, ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଜାଗା କର, ଡିହେବିଟେଟ୍ କର, hundreds of crores are being spent. Very nice, it is working. People have been displaced. It is working properly. Okay. So that is another conservation issues. But there is other part of the story. It hurts their religious sentiments. ତାଙ୍କର ଟ୍ରାଇବାଲ୍ ମାନଙ୍କର କେତେବେଳେ ଗାଁରେ ମୁଁ ଦେଖିଲି ତାଙ୍କର ମଣିଷ ମରିଗଲେ ତାକୁ ରଖିବେ, ପୋତିବେ, ବଡ଼ ବଡ଼ ପଥର ଗୋଦାମ କରିବେ. That is a burial place. They are not Christians. Okay, burial place ଅଛି ତାଙ୍କର ସବୁ ଥିଲା. ହେଲେ ଏବେ ଯେଉଁଠି ତାଙ୍କ ଯେଉଁଠି ରଖିଛ ତାଙ୍କ ଲୋକ ମରିଲେ କେଉଁଠି ତାକୁ ପୋତିବେନି କି, କେଉଁଠି ପଥର କରିବେ, କରୁଛନ୍ତି ପ୍ରାୟ. Anyway, these are kind of things one has to think very seriously. ତାପରେ ବାଘ ମାଡ଼ି ଚାଲିଛନ୍ତି ବ୍ୟାଗ୍. ବଡ଼ ବଡ଼ ସଂସ୍ଥା ଅଛନ୍ତି, ବଡ଼ ବଡ଼ ଏକ୍ସପର୍ଟ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ନ୍ୟାସନାଲ୍ ଏକ୍ସପର୍ଟ, ଇଣ୍ଟରନ୍ୟାସନାଲ୍ ଏକ୍ସପର୍ଟ. ଦେ ଆର୍ ନଟ୍ ଫ୍ରମ୍ ଦି ଷ୍ଟେଟ୍, ଫ୍ରମ୍ ଅଦର୍ ଷ୍ଟେଟ୍ସ. ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ସ another problem for us. ସେମାନେ ଆମ ବାଘକୁ କି ହାତୀକୁ ଦେଖିନଥିବେ, ହେବିଟେଟ୍ ଭିତରେ ବହୁତ ବୁଲି ନଥିବେ. ଯେଉଁ ଅବସ୍ଥା ହେଲା ଆମର ବାଘ ଆଣିକି ଟିକରପଡ଼ାରେ ଛାଡ଼ିଲୁ, what is the end result? Okay, it never works in the whim of a person or few persons. Expertise, opinion has to be taken. You think about, cheetah problem. It might not be a problem. The person who is one of the important persons for cheetah reintroduction, he is a PhD from this university. So he moves with Prime Minister all the time. Okay, he is PhD from Zoology Department, North-East University during that time. So they are serious. ଯଦି ଦୁଇ ଚାରିଟା ମରିଗଲେ, ମାଇ କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚନ୍ ଇଜ୍ ହ୍ୱାଟ୍? ମରିବେନି କିଏ? ମଣିଷ ଗୁଡ଼ାକ ମେଚା ମେଚା ମରୁଛନ୍ତି. ଚିତାରୁ ମରିଗଲେ ଧୈର୍ଯ୍ୟ ଧର, ଅପେକ୍ଷା କର, ମରିବାରେ କ'ଣ ଅଛି? ଇଫ୍ ଦେ ହାଭ୍ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟେଡ୍ ବ୍ରିଡ଼ିଂ ଇଟ୍ ୱିଲ୍ ୱାର୍କ. ଓକେ, ତେଣୁ ୱି ହେଭ୍ ଆୱାର ମିଡ଼ିଆ ହାଉସ୍, ୱି ହେଭ୍ ଆୱାର ରିସର୍ଚ୍ଚର୍ସ, ତାର କିଏ କାହାର ଶତ୍ରୁ, କିଏ କାହାର ମିତ୍ର, ଏମିତି ସବୁ ଅଛନ୍ତି. ସେଇଗୁଡ଼ାକ କନଜରଭେସନ୍ ଇସ୍ୟୁଟାକୁ ପ୍ରୋବ୍ଲେମ୍ କରିଦେଉଛି. ତାପରେ ଗୋଟେ ଜିନିଷ ହେଉଛି ବୈଜ୍ଞାନିକ ଆଉ ପଲିସି ମେକର୍ସ. ଦେର୍ ଇଜ୍ ଲଟ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଗ୍ୟାପ୍. Policy making and doing research, two parallel things. It has to be somewhere, there should be a mixing friendship. It is not there, it is not working, okay, properly. For last many years, what I visualize. For example, I will give you. Our ରାଜ୍ୟରେ in general, for conservation I am talking, ତିନିଟା ବିରାଟ ବିରାଟ ଗବେଷକ ଥିଲେ, ସେଥିରୁ ଜଣେ ମରିଗଲେଣି. କୁମ୍ଭୀର କଇଁଛ, କୁମ୍ଭୀର କର, କଇଁଛ କର, ଆଉ ସିଏ ହେଉଛି ଘଡ଼ିଆଳ କୁମ୍ଭୀରରେ ଗବେଷକ ଥିଲେ, PhD in ଘଡ଼ିଆଳ. ହି ଇଜ୍ ନଟ୍ ଏ ଟାଇଗର ରିସର୍ଚ୍ଚର ଥିଲେ. ତେଣୁ ଆମର ସବୁ ଚାଲିବ, ଏଭ୍ରିଥିଙ୍ଗ ୱିଲ୍ ୱାର୍କ. ଦୁଇ ଜଣ ଅଛନ୍ତି କଲେ ଅନଫର୍ଚୁନେଟଲି, ଆଉ ସେଇ ତିନି ଜଣ ଯେ ସରିଗଲେ ସେଇଠି ସରି ହିଁ ଗଲା. ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ୱାଇଲ୍ଡ ଲାଇଫ୍ କନଜରଭେସନ୍ ରିସର୍ଚ୍ଚ, କନଜରଭେସନ୍ ମ୍ୟାନେଜମେଣ୍ଟ ସରିଗଲା. ଦୁଇ ଜଣ ବଞ୍ଚିଛନ୍ତି, ତାଙ୍କୁ ଡାକିକି ବେଳେବେଳେ କଲୁ କୁମ୍ଭୀର ଗଣନା କରିବା ଚାଲିଲ ଟିକେ, କୁମ୍ଭୀର ଗଣନା କରିବା ଚାଲିଲ ଟିକେ, ବାଘ ହେବ ପଗମା ତା ସାଙ୍ଗେ ମିଶାଇଦେବା, କ୍ୟାମେରା ଟ୍ରାପ୍ କରିଦେବା, ଚାଲ. ସେ ଦୁଇ ଜଣ କେତେ ଦିନ ଚାଲିବ? ଘଡ଼ିଆଳ 200+ ଲଙ୍ଗ୍ ଲଙ୍ଗ୍ ବ୍ୟାକ୍, ଏସବୁ କି ପିଲାମାନେ କି ଜନ୍ମ ହୋଇନଥିଲେ ତା ପୂର୍ବରୁ. ତେଣୁ ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ ନେଭର୍ ୱାର୍କ. ଏଗେନ୍ ଦେର୍ ଇଜ୍ ଆଟେମ୍ପ୍ଟ. ଓକେ, that attempt is still there, but over a period of time, 30-40 years bhitre, dependent of human beings on the riverine system. There are so many things that happen. So there has to be minute planning for rear and release program of crocodiles. Finest example was in Similipal. The graph देखले बुढ़ा तो देखुले केतटा कुमिर अछंती आम कुमिर गणिया जाऊँ पेपर छपाई बाघ सार राउत सार हेमंत मु आम दल जीवु गणिकी आस आम जी कुमिर थी से हिसाब करके दियो कुमिर जीटा छड़ा तापर स्टोरी मुझे जान नी के छड़ा कौन गोटे स्टेज शुण मंत्री कहते आज कुमिर छड़ा हम मंत्री आसे भुवनेश्वर टॉकिंग मेनी इयर्स बैक तेणु से मंत्री कहले मंत्री कुमिर छड़ा हम मंत्री रही फोटो उठो रिपोर्टर आसवे भेरी नाइस प्रोग्राम कुमिर छाड़ दिगला है तो सो इट वाज नॉट ए प्योर सक्सेसफुल थिंग आज बंधु कुमिर गणा हो गोटे स्टेज कुमिर गणु ये सार कहले राउत सार आमको सार रिपोर्ट देवा पड़ो फील्ड डायरेक्टर कहते कर साइन मारतु मुझे साइन मारिनी मुझे जीटा कुमिर थी आर वर्ष ताको पुणी गोटे दिला बढ़ईदेव देख साइन मार मु साइन मारिनी ता रिपोर्ट न हो मोर भासीगला सो दैट एंडेड देयर डिफाइंड होगा हेमंत भी टे एवरीबडी आम सब जुलुजी गवेषक सब अच्छे बड़ बड़ जीवु खबर कागज लिखिदेवे ये जाइए सब गणी थे एतटा अच्छी कुमिर देखा जब 5टा कुमिर देखीचु मुझे लिखी ना 50टा लिखिदेवी ना हेनी दे लेखा भी बंद होगा जाओ एने साप न मरु बाड़ी नवा चलला एवं प्राय कुमिर गणा चली आई डो नॉट नो कुमिर अच्छा दैट इज ऑल्सो ब्रीडिंग पॉपुलेशन नॉट जुवेनाइल बेले कौटी मिलती थे गोटे एग्जांपल देदेवी आज डॉक्टर महापात्र वाज विथ मी वेयर ए टिकट पड़ा राति गोटे कुमिर छुआ देखी मोस्ट यू वाज देयर राइट धरी पड़े मुझे भाविली आउ गोटे कौन जंतु मिलगला एडी गोटे कुमिर छुआ राति कौटी मिल पहाड़ चढ़ी चढ़ी जाऊँगी प्रत्युष वी गॉट सम न्यू स्पीसीज और समथिंग डायनासोर छुआ मिलगला कि समथिंग लाइक दैट एनीवे देन वी कुड नो देयर इज ए 2 स्पीसीज ऑफ क्रोकोडिलियन इन टिकरपड़ा आनी छाड़ी दिखाई बड़ बड़ कुमिर ता साथ घड़ियाल अच्छी पालोस्ट्रीस अच्छी घड़ियाल अच्छी वन इज डोमिनेटिंग we need to know whether these 2 species could survive in sympatry or not. If they survive, whether they could breed. घड़ियाल छुआ जाकि मिलगला कौटी मुहाण मुह पाखे समुद्र कूल पाखापाखि मिलगला सांगे सांगे ओवर टेलीफोन यू लेट मी नो व्हाट इज द मदर ऑफ दैट बेबी माँ कौटी अच्छी छुआ अंडा देती माँ थी सी आ किसी उत्तर पाइले उत्तर आसलानी बायोलॉजिकली और जियोलॉजिकल तो ये गोटे चित्र अच्छी आई शुड से समथिंग वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग ये गोटे कार्टून गोटे देखुन से कार्टून को जड़े मैथमेटिक्स प्रोफेसर उत्कल यूनिवर्सिटी से गोटे एनजीओ फेनजीओ संस्था करी से मेचे गंजी छपे देले जड़े मंत्री अच्छा विराट बड़ मंत्री आयरनिकली ही वाज ऑल्सो माय क्लोज फ्रेंड ड्यूरिंग स्टूडेंट डेज उत्कल यूनिवर्सिटी सी कहला मत 20टा गंजी मुझे मत दे से 20टा गंजी से किणी नहीं ताठू ये मैथमेटिक्स मास्टर एनजीओ संस्था थ्रू बिक्री करते से कौन होता वी डिड ए पीस ऑफ रिसर्च डॉक्टर महापात्र वाज पार्ट ऑफ द रिसर्च नॉन ऑफिशियली एट नॉर्थ ओडिशा यूनिवर्सिटी बारीपदा आई वाज इन द soup means I had a lot of problem. I had to fight with the vice chancellors, I had to fight with the machinery, government machinery, a lot of. Right up, you can read that. खबर कागज बाहर दो मचा मचा हो तो विभिन्न lot of stories. Very small piece of research we did in and around Vitarkonika area. धामरा पाखे धामरा फोर्ट जो होता तार फोर्ट किए कर कौन मिल आम साप खोजु प्रत्युषर का जाइए बेंग फेंग साप मिलगला पाइल कहीं किए बेंग को तुम ये अमुक जिन कहीं कौट पाइल कौटू केमती पाइल so like that. So these are the conservation problems. We are serious to do research. Okay. Then we have our way to print. Dharo pratham tharo gote out of मन पड़गला बेंग धोर 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 very nice stories are there. conservation issues. Very small frog, bush frog. ता ना गोटे देइथिली ता स्पीसीज नाम हला सिमिलिपालेंसिस फिलाउटा सिमिलिपालेंसिस जिनास ना बदली गलानी एटा सिनोनिम हे गलानी हे हम बेंगो को तुम पुन चहलार केमति पाइलो गुडगुडे केमति पाइलो डू हैव ए परमिशन लेटर मो राज्य एटी मो घर एटी मो जाइथिली गोटे बेंगो छा पाइली मु कहबाटा बेंगो नु एटा प्रजापति टेक टेक व्हाट कैन यू डू मो एटा बेंगो नु एटा होची गोटे इनसेक्टा जस्ट आम सिमिलिपाल बेंगो को तुम केमति जानो केमति पाइलो केमति एटा तो जना अछि बेंगो एमतिया सो दिस आर द प्रॉब्लम्स सो दैट वाज द फर्स्ट फाइंडिंग तापर आमे आ चालाकिया हे गेलु आमे कोउटी पाइलु न पाइलु एते कथा कहीं आम वाला विल डू साइंस विल प्रिंट नोवेल्टीज ऑल ओवर द स्टेट वी डिड मेनी थिंग्स so there are some problems and prospects also okay problems are many prospects are less तो ता भीतर गवेषणा करिया को पड़िबो गवेषणा रत समस्त अछंती बोटनिस्ट मोर जने पीडी स्टूडेंट 30 साल मो पाखे कुआडे गले अयोग्य पंडा तांको कह मो अयोग्य पंडा सुयोग्य पंडा ओके ए वेरी बिग रिसर्चर ओके हैविंग a lot of exposure lots of papers one of my close students okay his wife both of them got PhD from Northwestern University he has done a lot of research here staying here even now he is involved I think he will be giving a presentation se project thibe or DBT project government of Odisha thila Dr. Panda was working DBT project with 8,000 rupees director asibo secretary ru gadi dhori kiri project assessment kariyo ku how many thousand rupees she spent it was C during that time aji pahunchi gele Dr. Dattankar laboratory देखिबा बे ए ठिकी laboratory गोटे तो रूम करिचु बोटानी वाला जूलॉजी वाला प्रैक्टिकल करजंती गवेषणा करजि ता भीतर सब होछ आसीबे तांको पय लॉन्च फॉर एलिमेंट करो खर्च करो से तार देखि कि दैट लेडी पागला हे गला when he saw my room हम रिपोर्ट देखिबु बा कहीं लैब कहीं रिसर्च कहीं अमुक कहीं तुम कौन जानव आम कौन रिसर्च कर तुम कौन देखी मैं जड़े गच को छेचिकी रस बाहर करी फाइटो टैक्सन भी है तेना विभिन्न कर तुम रिसर्च को देख केमी पेपर पढ़ुन यू रीड दोज देन यू कुड फाइंड आउट एक बिजार आइडिया से रिटायर कर गले बिग शॉट रेडी ना बोर्ड मार दियो प्रोजेक्ट रे उत्कल यूनिवर्सिटी प्रोजेक्ट थिला बोर्ड मार दो ये तुम हटा नहीं जाओ हाँ तो नहीं पारि केमी आम तो गोटे मास्टर कौन गोटे पॉलिसी मेकर सुनु ताकि नहीं पार्ल नहीं हुए तो आम रेडी अलरेडी फील्ड स्टेशन था इनसाइड कोर एरिया जेनाबिल से हाथी को भंगा हो गला हाथी जगह तो फरेस्ट वाल कहते मोटर लंबा एडजस्टर्स घर थे रात रही आम से सो इट नेवर वर्क ड्यू टू वेरियस conflicts and problems understanding of things nevertheless many Dr. Mahapatra should Koko Mahapatra should tell me when to stop okay I'll go continue right no problem maybe we'll go with the forest department big officials I am fortunate somehow I know many of them one of them is a very big shot now भारत सरकार ओडिशा सरकार आफ्टर रिटायरमेंट बहुत बड़ लोक जन अच्छा फरेस्ट वाला IFS आयरनिकली ही कम्स फ्रॉम नियर माय विलेज एरिया वी आर क्लोज फ्रेंड्स फॉर लॉन्ग लॉन्ग टाइम तेणु आई इंटरेक्ट विथ हिम हाथीर विराट गवेषक से हाथीर विराट विराट बही लिखिं PhD थीसिस बसंत बहुरा पाखे PhD कर शिवरथ लेट शिवरथ मिसिकी से सब अच्छी स्टोरी अलग थे कौन है इवन द प्रेजेंट रिसर्चर्स इवन समटाइम्स आई हैव आस्क्ड डॉक्टर महापात्र ये चलीगले बम्बे छक चलीगले जो पुरुषोत्तम कौपुर अच्छी गोटे बेंगल जगह ये गोटे हाथी घर बोली गोटे जंगल अच्छी शाल जंगल वेस्ट बेंगल सरी हाईवे रास्ताटा पड़ी एपटर ओडिशा ये देखला बेलू यही सड़प गच गोटा खाते मझे मझे मु कहली यहाँ निश्चय वन ऑफ द एलिफेंट कॉरिडोर्स ताको आज पर्यंत कहीं शुणुना सेपटटा कहीं हाथी घरटा ना हाथी ये आसी डी मारुले मोस्ट प्रोबेबली शाल गच सरीगला आमर इे काटिकी सफा कर एकाथरे ताकर अच्छी शाल गच अच्छी बेंगल से अच्छी हाथी घर एपटे देखा दी चार्टा खंडे सल्प गच अच्छी जन कते कंजरभेशनिस्ट मो सागे जाऊे फिल्ड जो फरेस्ट वाला भी मुझे ये सल्प गच कौटी आसला धान बिल में तेणु देर वाज ए फरेस्ट एक्जिस्टिंग सीधा आसिकी सेटा मिशुची यदि सीधा नाक सीधा टाणीदेव आज सिमिलपाल भितर पशु हाथी से तो नो बडी कनसीडर इट इज ए और इट वाज ए एलिफेंट कॉरिडोर 3-4 दिन तक जो डिस्कसन होता है विशारद विराट आसते डॉक्टर संदीप तिवारी सिमिलपाल आमको डाक होता जाइलु सिमिलपाल कौन एलिफेंट उपरे एलिफेंट कॉरिडोर रिसर्च बिजनेस इज वेरी वेरी गुड लॉट ऑफ मनी ओके कॉरिडोर असेसमेंट करो आमे भी थोड़े दिन काते बसिकी गाड़ी धरिकी जीप धरिकी बुल्लु धूम उड़ीसा सारा कौटी हाथी जाऊँच कौटी पशुंट बुल्लु जंगल में बुल्लु चारिड़े बुल्लु राजा महाराजा घर जाते रहीगलु पड़े जाकि सब कॉरिडोर असेसमेंट करूँ बाय प्रोडक्ट ऑफ दैट वाइल्ड लाइफ ट्रस्ट छपे सिमिलपाल यार साढ़े बुल्लु चारिड़े बहुत बुलदेलु देखीदेलु किछि वर्ष पर से चिंता कर गजोत्सव गज मान उत्सव कर गजोत्सव फेस्टिवल फॉर दैट मीन क्रिएट अवेयरनेस फॉर एलिफेंट्स से गोटे एक्शन प्लान ठिकाना होता वेरी नाइस इन व्हिच डायरेक्शन इट गोज से जड़े पॉइंट आउट कले अमुक विशारद को डाक से विशारद आउ अन्य राज्य अच्छी जहाँ भी हो से जो विशारद खोजी दौरान चिलिकार डॉल्फिन गवेषणा कर विशारद को आण जापान आड़ आना कथार जापान विशारद आसो ये चिलिका ह्रद से डॉल्फिन केमती बचो कर डॉल्फिन बचाऊँ सेठिकार जो माछ धराई आम लोक आम फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट सिंपली वी आर कंजर्विंग द पॉपुलेशन वी वांट टू सी दैट द ब्रीडिंग पॉपुलेशन एग्जिस्ट दे गेट गुड फूड दे सर्वाइव लॉट ऑफ ह्यूमन प्रेशर सेठी कह से केमती सौ सौ कर देख साउंड एनालिसिस मेनी थिंग्स मेनी हाईटेक वेरी नाइस टू डू हाईटेक पीएचडी से जी कला गवेषक सी विचार जड़े किए बस कलेज पाठ पढ़ू आउ जड़े किए ऑस्ट्रेलिया जाकि तार कौन करूँ बड़ बड़ आमर गवेषक जो मैंने चिलिकार कर आई मेट वन ऑफ देम फ्यू डेज बैक दैट्स ट्रेजिक थिंग बहुत गवेषणा कर पीएचडी कर आम राज्य हाथी उपरे बाघ उपरे चढ़ई उपरे से आउ दे आर अनेबल टू गेट इन टू ए गुड जॉब सो दैट दे कैन कंटिन्यू द रिसर्च इंटरेस्ट डू ए लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स फॉर वाइल्ड लाइफ कंजर्वेशन एंड मैनेजमेंट से क्षमता नहीं गोटे आईएफएस बन जातु कि आम से रेंज अफिसर भी हो पारे से क्षमता नहीं गवेषणा कर दी चलते गवेषणा कर बढ़िया बढ़िया खबर का पेपर छपे देवे किंतु अन्यटा हवा को बयस ना किंतु गवेषणा मारी चलते विदाउट टैक्सोनॉमी नो कंजर्वेशन ओके ता भीतर दैट इज ए प्रॉब्लम ओके कंजर्वेशनिस्ट पॉलिसी मेकर्स डू नॉट अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इज ए टैक्सोनॉमी दे डू नॉट नो व्हाट इज टैक्सोनॉमी व्हाट इज सिस्टमैटिक्स व्हाट इज नोमेनक्लेचर से सब धार धारे बड़ बड़ कथा कहीदेव सो देयर हैज टू बी बर्तमान हो ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम हो बहुत प्रकार जिनस चली हो थिंग्स आर चेंजिंग वेरी रैपिडली बट फ्यूचर स्टिल आई डू नॉट नो बाघर अवस्था कौन हम हाथीर अवस्था कौन हम आम बेंग फेंग सापर अवस्था कौन हम वी डू नॉट नो थिंग्स आर चेंजिंग बट दिज एनिमल्स आर वेरी स्मार्ट एनिमल्स मांकड़र मुझे केतटा पिला मांकड़र बिहेवियर स्टडी कर गोटे बड़ मांकड़ राजा अच्छा प्रोफेसर मेवा सिंह फ्यू डेज बैक आई मेट हिम बिहेवियर ऑफ मंकी पॉपुलेशंस इन ओडिशा ये वाइल्ड लाइफ डिपार्टमेंट जो पिला गवेषणा कर सिंपली दे शुड गो टू द विलेज एरिया फाइंड आउट फॉलो द ग्रुप्स ऑफ मंकीज द ग्रुप नेवर वर्किंग ओके कंप्लीट चेंज बिहेवियरल चेंज those will be I think 1 to PhD research work think of like आमर नेउल गुड़ाक सियाल गुड़ाक ओके population is increasing, take over decreasing, find out what is happening in village areas. Very important for wildlife conservation issues, research problems. So these are some of the tips I gave you, basically for youngsters. So those who have interest, whether botanists or zoologists or wildlife department or biotechnologists, these are the food for thought. Do some high-tech research, do some behavioral science research, and do some mathematical modeling. Find out. Say modeling kari ki loko model thui deki IIT wala koti tanga nei chali jauchanti amari jagaru kana samane gobeshona karchanti amari achanti sabu model bi tiyari karchanti. It needs a joint like a vice chancellor somebody told group interdepartmental researchers will sit, find out a mega project, try to get crores. ATA university गवेषक कि गवेषिका कोटी ऊपर टंका पाई मुझे जानी गवेषणा करने आई लेफ्ट दिस प्लेस मोर देन ए डिकेड बैक तेणु आमको 5-10-20 कोटी टंकार गवेषक प्रोजेक्ट ना दूजा पीनाट्स बर्तमान लेट अस टॉक अबाउट क्रोर्स. If a researcher or assistant professor in Nehu or Delhi University can get 100 crores research project, why not we to get a 5 crores rupees research project? Some of them are PhDs or students from this state. If they are at JNU or BHU or Delhi University or Nehu, so they are getting a 150 crores research project. Why not we? Why not our faculty? Okay, you have to put your brain power, do the things. So these are some of the take-home messages, because after listening to Dr. Patro, other researchers, field deputy director, then I thought I'll let the youngsters know some of the burning good and moderate issues, not bad issues, so that you can rectify, you have a scoop, do a lot of research. History about Similipal history, anthropologists. Like, I'll end at telling one thing. My wish was to see a building center for Similipal studies. It is not yet there. प्रत्येक वर्ष थोड़े आसीजु शिमिलपाल भाषण देवु आम सब अच्छा बही छपा हो बैकस्टाल छपा हो भल खियापिया हो दिने दी दिन कन्फरेन्स करूँ उन्नति कहीं आमर उन्नति होने उन्नति माने if there is not a center for Similipal studies entity, I think our aim has not been fulfilled. पैसा कहीं पैसा जथेष्ट पैसा अच्छे पैसा बहुत आसो. Hopefully next year we should see a building. Okay, we should see a center for Similipal studies building should be there. ता भीतर बहुत story अच्छी. How the center started, beginning खाली टिके में कोई दिल्ली. Okay, lot of stories behind that. So here I end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Hello. Hello. Thank you, sir. Any questions? Any questions from the audience? If there are no questions, then we will end the technical session 2 here. Thank you, sir, very much for providing such a good perspective to the students. Next, we will be starting our second and the third and the last technical session of today's program. That is the oral presentation by participants. I would request Dr. Pratyush P. Mahapatra, Scientist E, Zoological Survey of India, to chair the session. I would request Dr. Sukant Kumar Naik, Associate Professor, Department of Biotechnology, Maharaja Sriram Chandra Bhanjadeo University, to act as the reporter of the session. There are 3 oral presentations. I would request the presenters to present their findings in 8 minutes. It will be followed by 2 minutes discussion. You can give your presentation near Dr. Brassa. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you very much. So in this technical session, we have two presentations basically. There are three presentations, but I think, okay, there are three presentations. So I'd like to invite Dr. Emmanuel Gilwax Prabhu from, he's a scientist in Central Tussar Research and Training Institute, Ranchi. So Dr. Emmanuel, please give your presentation. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello. Hello, hello. My testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello.
Good evening to everyone. Before going to the presentation, I would like to express my gratitude for giving me this opportunity, especially to the organizing committee members to give the presentation, especially in front of the young brainies who are going to conserve the Similipal biosphere. So without wasting time, I would like to go for the presentation. So the presentation topic is about distribution and conservation of tropical tussar silkworm ecoraces in the Similipal biosphere. So before that, I would just give a gist about the silkworms, different types of silks which we are having. So we are having our India comprised of five different silks, especially the mulberry, tropical tussar, oak tussar, yeri and muga. These are the five various types of silks which are available in our India. So these are the production, and major production is coming from mulberry, and we are and after followed by in yeri the other 7,364 metric tons are being there, and especially the tropical tussar 1,466 metric ton is there of production is there. So especially the tropical tussar silkworm, because we are working in it, especially our Odisha plays the major role in the production of tropical tussar silkworm. Hope it's audible. Whether it's audible? Am I audible? Okay, fine. So here in the tropical tussar silkworm ecoraces, totally Anthramelita is the species. Totally 44 ecoraces are widely distributed all over India, especially from Kerala to Kashmir. It had been distributed totally in 17 various states as well as one territory. It had been distributed. Mainly the three states plays the main role for the production of tropical tussar silk. The first is Jharkhand, followed by Odisha and Chhattisgarh. Plays the main role in the tussar silk production. So these are the various places where various states where it has been tussar silkworm had been distributed. This is the various eco-races, because everyone know very well about the eco-races. So the genotype would be same, but according to the environmental condition, the phenotype used to vary. It used to express various phenotype. So especially in the tropical tusser, in larval stage as well as the moth stage, you can't find any more variation. But in the cocoon, you can find a lot of variation according to the ecological ecosystem. Mainly about the food plantation also, because mainly as earlier President had mentioned, there are mainly 3 primary food plants out there: Asana Arjun and Soria Robusta Sal. So all these food plants are distributed in our Similipal forest, especially Sal distributed much more. So this is the various eco-races which had been reported in Odisha. So the Modal, Naliya, Jata, Sukinda, Sukli, Bodh, Adaba and Omarkot. These all of the 8 eco-races had been reported in Odisha. Here one of the important thing about the eco-races is Modal eco-race. So among the 44 eco-races, Modal is one of the important eco-race had been distributed in Odisha. Because it is especially in the Odisha, that is also in the Similipal region in the Mayurbhanj only. Because normally for the tussar silk production, we are getting the commercial production from the Daba eco-race. It's a semi-domesticated line. So from this we are getting, we are utilizing for the production. But that particular cocoon, because here about the price of the cocoon, it's not about the kg and ton, we won't measure about the price. Because here each and every cocoon prices, because for a normal Daba cocoon, it will come around 5 rupees per cocoon. But model cocoon is around 13 to 16 rupees per cocoon. So you know, through this you can come to know how it is involving in the livelihood of our tribal farmers. Because especially all these eco-races or wild type, it's not a domesticated or semi-domesticated. It is completely distributed inside the forest, and it plays the main role for the livelihood of the tribal farmers. So and we did the prediction based upon the early availability of the eco-races, its ecosystem. We have predicted what are the places would be feasible for the distribution of other eco-races, and finally we have got mainly the Similipal forest area would be the optimum ecosystem which is available for the eco-races. So especially many of the eco-races are also available in the Similipal forest biosphere, but these are the major area which can be utilized efficiently for the conservation of eco-races. So these are the various places as we have shown here, where the 8 eco-races of Odisha are distributed in these 12 various locations. So this is the exact locations of those eco-races what are distributed, and we found some of the new locations also which had been already earlier it had not been reported. So this is based upon the phenotype. We made the characterization, the complete plots regarding this. Then this is the genetic characterization study which we have done, because as I had mentioned, totally 44 eco-races had been reported. But while when we are performing the survey over various parts of India, we could able to collect only 18 various eco-races. So we don't know whether the rest of the eco-races had been extincted from the environment, or whether it had been migrated from its original locations to another location. So those things have to be studied. So mainly because the biodiversity is keep on reducing nowadays. So this is the example for that, because we could able to get 18 eco-races only. But then finally we did the genetic characterization with a single nucleotide polymorphism, and we found 2 various population structures present among the eco-races, among the 18 eco-races. So here one of the 3 main eco-races which had been distributed in the Similipal biosphere is Modal, Naliya and Jata. So here you can see this is Jata, Modal and Naliya. Actually here whatever the red color is there, it is the maximum of these 3 eco-races. Okay, but in the Naliya eco-race, so here the population structure of Naliya, it comprised of both green as well as red. Here it is just, here there is the mixing of 2 different population structure, But in the modal as well as in the Jata, there is no mixing of population structures. It's almost similar between modal and Jata, but actually the main variation is about the food plants. So based upon this single nucleotide polymorphism, we have generated the barcodes. Actually, we have converted the SNPs to SNP barcoding system with the help of competitive allele-specific PCR based technique. And these are the barcodes which we have developed for each and every ecoresis. So especially now we have developed for 8 ecoresis and further is being under process. And as we had mentioned, these three ecoraces, Modal, Jata and Nalia, are the main important ecoraces. Among all the ecoraces at the same time, these are available in the Odisha. That is one of the important thing, especially the Modal is available. Here you can see the silk filament length. The filament length is more important for the quality of the cocoon, the price of the cocoon. So here you can see the filament length is 1215 to 1600. So none of the ecoraces is having this much of lengthier filament per cocoon. So these are the various factors influencing the population of ecoraces. So the first factor is the climate. You very well know about because of the change. Everyone used to speak about the global warming. It is having both a positive as well as negative effect also. But unfortunately, we are having negative effect in the insect system. Actually, we are having positive effect in the agriculture system. But in the insect, in our Tassa silk, it is having the negative effect. Even because of the higher temperature, we used to get the 30% of the mortality in each and every crop, because we are having different volcanism, univoltane, bivoltane, trivoltane. Between the different two generations, we are getting almost 30% of the mortality between the generation, especially in the hotter zones. Because of this temperature, we are getting more diseases also, as well as the deforestation. So because of the deforestation, the population, because it is completely depends over the trees, because it is feeding over Asan, Arjun and Sal. So when the trees are not available, it can't feed over any other plantations. Even though it is having some secondary plants also, but even then everything is being demolished nowadays. So because of this, it is getting the habitat loss and disruption of the life cycle, as well as because of because while when the deforestation leads to the difference in the microclimatic conditions also. Because of that, many of them are yeah, sure. So this is about the predators, person diseases. Various pests and predators are one of the main problem. Various diseases, viruses, bacteriosis, and muscardine, likewise various diseases we are getting. So especially for the reduction of this population, we had to go for conservation strategy, because especially during the earlier 2000, the population was around 20 lakhs. Then with the help of Modal Ecorace Conservation Program by the DOS, it had been increased. But again, now with the Modal Ecorace, population had been started to reduce. So these are the various 5 conservation technologies we are adapting for the conservation. That is seed cocoon, release of male and female cocoons, as well as release of gravid moths, release of eggs, and release of chalky larvae. That is till second instar, we used to perform the larva in the small chalky garden, 3 feet garden, and we will release into the forest. So among these 5 various technologies, the release of gravid moths as well as release of eggs in the leaf cup. These 2 techniques are the promising techniques, and mainly in the future, in this time we are planning. Now we have got the project also regarding this, and we are especially the earlier conservation camps had been established in the peripheral zones, but in this project now we are establishing the camps in the buffer zones as well as nearby the core zones. So once when population is increasing, it can migrate towards the core zone as well as to the peripheral zones. So these are the strategies, and these are the existing conservation, and these are the conservation. Now the project which we have initiated now. So we are performing the conservation, establishing the conservation camp in Gudgudia and Petabeta in Similipal biosphere. So thank you so much for your
attention. Thank you, Dr. Prabhu. It's nice, elaborative work actually. So, any project you have in Similipal right now?
Yes, sir. Just now, actually, we have received a project from Ministry of Textiles regarding the conservation of model ecorays.
Okay, fantastic.
Yes,
So, lots of work has been done in Similipal also, I think.
Yes, sir. Initially,
many ecoraces. Any questions from?
Yes, sir. Please. Actually, now because this had been not initiated here, actually for the food plants, wherever the wastelands are being there, now we are utilizing those wastelands for the plantation of food plants. That project is already being done. But here also with the NGOs, the TDF, likewise the Pradhan people, with those NGOs we have established the projects here for the plantation of food plants, so in the wastelands. Okay, fine. Actually, this byproduct utilization also being done, because nowadays we are extracting the sericin from the used cocoon water, because cocoon water, after using it, we are extracting the sericin from that water, and nowadays, now we are, the research is going on to get the purity, because we can easily get the sericin, but the purity according to the cosmetic level, it should be in a higher side, so that now we are performing much more research to increase the purity, as well as the used pupa. Used pupa, nowadays we are utilizing the used pupa as a fish feed, but that project also had completed now. So now we are going for the commercialization of the product.
Thank you.
So these
thank you. Sir, you have one.
Thank you. Yes. Sir, please. Sir. Yes, sir. Sir, actually here there is interbreeding between a model and a jata, sir. Sir, so that to confirm the eco-rays only, we have developed the barcoding system, sir. So with that we are confirming the eco-ray. Sir.
What about, international code of botanical nomenclature? Do they consider rest? Do they consider rest? Or they consider these as subspecies or something else?
No, in zoology, like for these insects, for these tusser moth. Okay, so these are, sir is asking whether these are subspecies or these are races only.
So these are not subspecies, because genetically it is similar, more or less similar only, sir. Yes, sir. Because of this, yes, sir. Mainly because of that ecological conditions, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So it is.
Yes, sir. So actually, because of that only, we are going for the SNP based barcoding system, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
How many research papers on eco-ray from Similipal is published, compiling? How many pages?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sure, sir. That's true, sir. Sure, sir. Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Sure. We'll make it, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
your valuable
Thank you,
suggestions.
Dr. Prabhu. It was very nice, and you presented your work, which you are going to start also. All the best for your work.
Thank you so
very
much, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
So now I request Subham Pradhan to present. Subham is a research scholar in Department of Biotechnology of this university. Subham, you have 10 minutes. So within 8 minutes you have to finish, and 2 minutes will be discussion.
Okay, very good evening, everybody. Here, esteemed teachers and research scholars and my juniors. First slide. Okay, I myself Subham Pradhan from Department of Biotechnology. So today my presented topic about lichen, estimation of phytochemicals and evaluation of antioxidant and antimicrobial potential of lichens from Similipal Biosphere Reserve. Here already discussed about from higher angiosperms to lower groups of plants like angiosperm, gymnosperm, pteridophytes, bryophytes, and many more. But lichen itself would stand a unique microflora and encircled about 8% of global floristic territory. Millions of years, approximately Mesozoic era of Triassic period. Lichens, without any cost, monitor our Earth as a living bio-monitor. It is not a single organism, it is a symbiotic organism, comprises of fungus and archaea. Belongs to different kingdom. It is a multifaceted organism with different biological processes are going in a same autonomous or same autonomic body. Here is the combinations of different group of fungi or different group of algae. It may be a eukaryotic algae, it may be a prokaryotic algae, and in between that combinations in basal regions, or there are also find some actinomycetes bacteria are also. If we taken or consider a single lichen or lichen thallus, there is a possibility of 8 type of organism in a single thallus. So lichen itself is a mystery. So lichenological study also a mystical study. By using lichens, we also study the whole entire biomonitoring processes, age of monuments, and the unique features of lichen is here the secondary metabolites. Those are not found in any other flora. Yes, sir. I am good. Okay. So there is only synthesis by lichen, not found in another. Just. So here the lichens, mycobiont, photobiont, the combination of lichens, there is entrapment. There is a mystery of lichens in symbioticism. There is entrapment of algae. Before, lichenized fungi are called partial parasitism. In case we go to their favor of algae. But due to the entrapment, after some times, these are called the symbiotic association. But these are partial symbiotism and holotism. There, the concept, there is different types of concept. Here is entrapment. These types of entrapment, these are performed by fungi in algae, and there are stabilizations. So, basing upon their substrate and their growth, lichen are classified, but there are other scientists like Alexa Pauls, Mims, and Ray. They are also. Sir, they also classify lichen in different manner. They are their vegetative part. So here, we based upon growth, there are different types of lichens, and based upon substratum like soil, rock, and skeletons. So mosses, lichens of lichens, these are also different types of substratum category. They are also classified. Here the symbiotic biosynthesis. There are the 3 pathways are bentonite lichens during the stress or hazardous environmental conditions. Cyclic acid pathway, mevalonate pathway, and acetyl polyvalent pathway. These are the major metabolite synthesis by lichens. So, in our laboratory, in a certain time period, we taken lichens from Similipal biosphere reserve. We hear Similipal biosphere reserve is a huge, massive treasure of lichens. About 88 type of identified lichens species now in our laboratory. But there is not exactly 88 species in our Similipal because lichen may be seasonal, may be annual, may be perennial. Because single patches of lichen may be taken a week, or maybe small patches of lichen is billions of years, approximately 600 or 700 years also here listed lichens. So it can be estimation of age of lichens. So in our laboratory we collected those lichens and identify based upon their morphological and molecular approaches, then various parameters of bioactivity total like antioxidant assay and antimicrobial assay followed by phytochemical analysis. So here sample collection collected samples from the different region of including core buffer and transfusion of cerebral biosphere region. Here we consider a selected lichen species because we collected different type of or various lichen species. We selected lichens basing upon their abundancy. Problem. Okay. These are the photographs of sample collection and these are molecular identification. For those they are molecular identification based upon the fungal switching, and the fungus is the major part of the lichen, though the fungal molecular identification considers the lichen identification. So we successfully identified those species in their 18S, 28S, 1.5S and 5.8S including ITS section. So we have the confirmation of in species level in lichens, though there is the certain conflicts of lichen molecular identification. And further, we analysis their phytochemicals. Phytochemicals analysis followed by phenolics, flavonoid, tannins, terpenes, steroid and alkaloid estimations. So total content here detected that the presence of those secondary metabolites presence. And then we studied their non-enzymatic antioxidant potentials because you know about their antioxidants, their major role in our body. These are enzymatic is SOD, different type of SOD and catalases. These are the scavenge, the molecular means hydrogen peroxide, superoxide ions. Those scavenging activity, those are system, the biological system, these are carried out in our body. Though these are the natural antioxidants, but we applied the complex radical mixture to scavenge those activity against lichens. We applied lichens against those for analysis the non-enzymatic activity. Here we applied DPPH according to a preparation of different type of solvent by using methanol, acetone and benzene extract. Further analysis of FRAP activity and the problem also. Ferric reducing activity also and a reduction antioxidant assay. Next slide. Next. Okay, then conclusion. Those lichen directly not used as food, but certain zone of India, it is used as beverages, spice in different. You people also eat Dom Hyderabadi biryani is used as natural dye, but it is not directly. It is a recommendation as edible or in part of science or biological applications. But the metabolites from lichens have the great interest in pharmaceutical sectors. So, and another approaches of lichen is lichen not togetherly cultivable because it is a combinations, not There is not commercialization of lichens, but metabolites production of lichens is also a great interest. Next. This is our lichen herbarium in Department of Biotechnology, interaction with the senior scientists from West Bengal and Bangladesh. And this is our research group. Next. And last, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Subham.
Any question? Yes, sir, some Thai peoples uses lichen as a wound healer. They don't know exactly this one is lichen, they call it fungus. It's chatu. Yes, mushroom. But they know that is lichen. We observe this person. They call it this is chatu. These are not lichen. They not exactly know that is lichen. It's a combination. Afterwards,
for what? For food or like for different?
No, sir,
for wound healing.
Wound healing. Wound healing and some parts also therapeutic purpose.
Which species?
They are Parmotrema lichen. Parmotrema and heterodermia. Those lichens are they used mostly.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from the audience? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Subham.
Sir, thank you.
So now request Pooja Rani Parida, research scholar from Ravenshaw University, to present her topic.
Good afternoon, one and all. I am Pooja Rani Parida, research scholar, Ravenshaw University. Here I am going to present on my topic, Women, Ecology and Forest Resource Management, a study of community forestry in post-colonial Odisha. So, as a social science researcher, I am here to discern the community forest management strategies in post-colonial Odisha, how and why it has developed during the late 19th century, in the last part of the 19th century, and how it progresses in Odisha. And now a number of more villages and communities are included in it, and the degraded forest cover, the degraded green forest cover is now getting back to its normal form or natural form. So this community forest management was developed in Odisha, first of all in the undivided Koraput and Sambalpur district, and in Mayurbhanj it was started in the last part of the 20th century, in around 1970s, because of the rampant smuggling and unrestricted exploitation of forest resources from 1952 to 1972, when these forest areas of Mayurbhanj and Baripada was given under the charge of Forest Department and the government of Odisha. Then it was seen that the forest cover was continuously diminishing or degrading. So in order to sustain that forest cover, there was a community forestry management strategy started here in the Budi Khamari forest. These male sentinels protect their forest regions. They can't, the forest cover was not that much grow or regenerate. So then the women squads were joined into those community forestry group in late 1990s, and after the join of women, the forest cover began to increase. And why it is this? Because women are having a natural link with forest. and they also in these third world countries, according to the social or socialist school of ecofeminism, women are more connected to nature biologically as well as socially, because in these third world countries, in order to have our daily day-to-day need, these women has to collect foods and fodder from their forest. So they are using their eco-indigenous knowledges, and these women sentinels with their Thengapali forest protection policies, or that strict rotation or Thengapali in which from that community a number of houses, a number of person from each individual from each houses have to protect their nearby forest with a stick in their hand, and because of this thing the forest cover began to regenerate. Now these women were not getting their actual social recognition or any forest rights. So here, while framing any policies in these forest regions, their eco-indigenous knowledge should be integrated while framing laws or policies in those reserve forest areas, and also the rights of this community over their forest land should be get a social recognition as well as any legal rights. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You can show any photographs you had, no? So now this session is over, I think, and I thank Dr. Sukant Kumar Nayak, Associate Professor in Department of Biotechnology, for the help in evaluating the session, and thank you all for patience hearing, and thank you all the participants who presented in this. Now I request Professor Sushil Kumar Datta to come over the dais to present the participation certificate to the scholars for the oral presentation. Sir, please. Yes, now Dr. Prabhu, can you please come on the stage? You will be writing the name here. Yes. Subham. Yeah, thanks. Pooja Rani. Pooja Rani. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Now with this, we have come to the close of the oral presentation. Now I request the participants who have given posters to move to the poster area, and I also request all the delegates to move to the poster area for poster presentations. Tomorrow we will start the session sharp at 11 a.m. So I request all the participants and delegates to join in the conference hall at around 10:45 a.m. Tomorrow we will be having 3 technical sessions, and there are 6 invited talks. by Dr. Pratyush P. Mahapatra, Zoological Survey of India, Dr. P.J.S. Sethi, Zoological Survey of India, Dr. Bibhu K. Mahanti, Mr. Deepak Pani, Mr. Samir Kumar Sahu, Mr. Tushar Kanta Behera, and Professor H.N. Thatoi. I again request all the participants and the delegates to move to the poster area. Those who want to present tomorrow oral presentations, they can do so if they have not presented today.